ವರ್ಷದ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇವರು 209 ಜನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದಾ? ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಗೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೆನ್ನೆ ಕೆಲವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ವಾಶ್ರೂಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಬಾಗಿಲು ಹಾಕಿರಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನು ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಮೆಸೇಜಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಲೈವ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈವ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೂ ಒಂದು ಲೈವ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ನನಗೆ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್. ಇದು ಝೂಮ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಈಗ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಝೂಮಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಲೈವ್ ಇದೆ ಈಗ. ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ಇವರು ರಾಕೇಶ್ ಶರ್ಮಾ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್, ಮನ್ಸುಜ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಕೇಶ್ ಶರ್ಮಾ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬರ್ತೀರಿ ಅದು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಝೂಮ್ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತೀರಿ ಝೂಮ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದಲ್ಲ ಝೂಮ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಝೂಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಹತ್ತು ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಝೂಮ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಯಾರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಝೂಮ್ ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಝೂಮ್
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, Himanshu, I can hear you.
Can you see me too, or?
Yeah, we have to start the video.
Password.
844.
Password.
Password 6412.
Once you start the video. Yeah.
Okay. So am I?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay?
Come little forward. Yeah, this is fine.
Okay. Hang on. Let me put. Okay. What about now?
Yeah, it's right. Little backwards. Yeah, now it's fine.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Are we starting now or in some time?
10, exactly.
Exactly at 10. Okay. So I will close the window so that other people do not get disturbed.
Yeah. Okay.
People are still sleeping here, Guru. Also because it's a Sunday. So.
Sujit has joined. So how was yesterday's?
I think yesterday went pretty well. I could not stay on for the question and answer, but I actually attended the first session.
I can. Phone ಕೊಡಿದಪ್ಪ ದಪ್ಪ ನಿಮ್ದನ್ನು So Himanshu, we will begin at 10 sharp. 2 more minutes to go. So we will begin with your session, presentation.
Okay.
Sujit has joined.
Okay.
Tamanna and Amir will join the session.
Okay, sounds good. So are we waiting? Are we waiting for Tamanna and Amir, or should we just start?
We can start at 10 exactly, and they will be joining in 2 minutes.
All right. Is Sujit on or?
He is in there. Is it too? Welcome to the today's international community. I welcome all the international academic community for this 2 days international event, academic event titled the COVID-19 Pandemic and the Emerging World Order. I, Dr. Guru Basaraj Swami Pandita, the President of Karnataka Political Science Association, Karnataka, India. I'd also like to welcome Dr. N.C. Sumati, President of Equality Institute for Thought and Action, ITA, Mysore, India, for joining us in organizing this 2 days academic event. Yesterday we had our first session. First day session we had 2 important sessions: an inquiry into the geopolitics during COVID-19, nation-state system and the response to the pandemic. So today we are having 3 sessions. Sunday, so we are beginning sharp at 10 a.m. Indian Standard Time. The first session is third session in the event, Corona Crisis and Moral Foundations of World Order. And the next session is fourth session, Managing Science and Society during the COVID-19. That is between 11:30 a.m. to 12:50 p.m. Then we have the concluding session, Pandemic, the question of integration and disintegration, a way forward, between 12:50 p.m. to 1:45 p.m. So for this today's inaugural session, I would like to welcome Dr. Himanshu Jha.
Hello.
Dr. Himanshu Jha is the faculty, Department of Political Science, South Asia Institute, Heidelberg University, Germany. He has done his PhD from National University of Singapore. Then he did his master's at Jawaharlal University, New Delhi. He'll also be moderating the sessions today. So I welcome Dr. Himanshu Jha.
Good morning. And should we start now, Guru? Or
Yeah.
yeah. So first,
now I request Dr. Himanshu Jha to present his paper. The topic: the pandemic and the global order. Some conjectures. Professor Himanshu, can begin. Over to you.
thank you, Guru, and thank you for the generous introduction. I must express my thanks to the Karnataka Political Science Association and Equality Institute for Thought and Action for giving me this opportunity to express my views on what is still an emerging situation. I'm also honored to actually share this panel space with an illustrious alma mater from JNU. I'm from JNU as well. So a big shout out to my fellow panelists. And without further ado, I should just straight away get into this, this talk because I don't have much time. Guru, please keep my time and let me know when 2 minutes are left. Since this pandemic is still a moving target, I would like to offer 8 conjectures. It is argued that states' positioning in the international order is contingent on what John Ruggie famously termed as the legitimate social purpose of the state. What is the legitimate social purpose of the state? It means that the international world order is not simply about power, but also about domestic imperatives. For example, contrary to the hegemonic stability argument, hegemony did not automatically produce a free trade order. Comprehending the nature of global order needed a good understanding of both interests and the dominant ideas of the day in the domestic realm. The legitimate social purpose can result in 2 possibilities. It can either lead to what Stephen Krasner called the structural conflict, manifesting an aversion to adjust to the multilateral world order and manifesting in the North-South conflict, or what Ruggie, drawing on Karl Polanyi's double movement, termed as the embedded liberalism, where you engage with the world order, but also pay equal attention to your domestic imperatives. So how is the world order likely to unfold? In my opinion, the post-COVID world order will face similar predicaments of legitimate social purpose, leading to restructuring, adjustments, and calibrations. It is plausible that it might result in a new world order, which is probably more protectionist and less outward-looking. Subsequently, it might also potentially result in a new pact, one which engages with the world order, but paying equal attention to its domestic needs and constituents. My sense is that post-COVID economic restructuring will be more inward-looking initially. Every nation essentially looking out for their best interests, signs of which are already visible. Take, for example, the differences that have emerged over who will have access to the vaccine first. In May, much to the anger of the French officials and the chief executive officer of Paris-based pharmaceutical giant Sanofi, indicated that the US may get the company's potential vaccine first because the US helped fund the research. On the other hand, many global leaders contended that such a vaccine should be a global public good. Simultaneously, already waning confidence in the institutions such as the WHO, UN, WTO has taken a further hit during the COVID crisis. Hegemons like US and China themselves have taken a hit on their legitimacy during the pandemic. Further ruptures have started appearing in relatively strong regional blocs as well. Take EU, for example. Italy and Spain have cast aspersions on the role of the EU during the COVID crisis. For the first time after 1993, EU member states closed their internal borders. Of course, external borders for many countries are still closed. What do we make of all this? A more inward-looking world, at least in few years to come. There will be a definite withdrawal from hyperglobalization, perhaps an initial aversion to an acutely interconnected world as citizens, conglomerates, domestic industries will increasingly look towards their states for protection. And especially since the pandemic and its spread itself in many ways as a result of globalization. Notably, COVID-19 has put a big question mark on the long-distance supply chains. Second, changing world order is already manifesting in the reshaping of the development cooperation flow. North-South flow, which has been the norm, has almost ebbed. Instead, we are seeing an intensification of South-South cooperation, South-North cooperation. For example, China sending essential medical supplies to Europe, or India sending medicines to US or Mongolia, or Mongolia pledging meat aid of worth USD 1 million to Russia, or believe it or not, a donation of 30,000 sheep to China. What impact will it have on the international institutions of the world? Only time will tell. Third, in all likelihood, new bilateral and multilateral formations will be forged and even fast-tracked. Look at what is happening with G7, with the proposal of expanding it to G11 or G12, or the quadrilateral strategic dialogue, of what is popularly known as the Quad, between India, Australia, Japan, and the US, along with the efforts to institutionalize the Quad and the intention to expand it to Wellington, Seoul, and Hanoi. This, in all probability, will alter the balance of power away from the established hegemons. Geopolitically, things are changing. Pre-COVID world had stupendous trade dependence on China, Europe, and the US. The EU-China trade seems to be losing its sheen. Secret Service Agency of both Germany and UK unequivocally raised concerns about the coronavirus emanating from China. US had similar position. European Union Trade Minister Phil Hogan expressed that the bloc would seek to reduce their trade dependencies. Three of the world's largest economies, the United States, Japan, and the European Union, are drawing up separate plans to lure their companies out of China. China, on its part, reacted with unmistakable hostility. In the context of the pandemic itself, the power equations may also be contingent on who handled the pandemic most effectively. How will this shape the world order? Will it have ramifications for the liberal world order? I will leave these questions open. Fourth, many quarters, especially proponents of privatization, have been advocating the rollback of the state or a thin state to promote market competition. COVID, in my view, has brought the strong state back, at least on two counts. First is the significance of state role as a service provider for fundamental basic needs. The pandemic has exposed the limited reach and capacity of private service providers generally and in health service specifically. Second is about the state's power. In many parts of the world, governments have deployed emergency powers to handle the pandemic. the states will be reluctant in relinquishing the space that they would have come to occupy during the post-pandemic. So it is plausible that we will see the emergence of strong states. The question is, what kind of state? Just an FYI, the recent issue of Foreign Policy has dedicated an entire section on the future of the state. Some of you might check it out. Fifth, many observers have been stressing on the need to have state capacity, including Fukuyama in his recent issue of Foreign Affairs touched upon the issue of state capacity, among others. Now, in my opinion, building state capacity is a slow-moving process where state builds its capacity over time. But how can you handle something as sudden as this, pandemic? I think the states would have realized that states' readiness along with states' capacity is equally important. Even some European countries with robust state capacity failed to handle COVID. It is about states' readiness. How ready is your state's infrastructure to deal with something as sudden and as fast-moving as COVID? So an unavoidable lesson from this pandemic for both the policymakers and academics is that discussions about state capacity need to take states' readiness seriously as well. Sixth, the post-COVID world will exacerbate the existing inequalities and the multiple exclusions. ILO has projected that nearly 1.6 billion employed in the informal sector and nearly half of the total global workforce stand to lose their jobs. World Bank has projected that nearly 49 million people would fall back in poverty. The migrant stress in India, the racial problem in the US, high rates of COVID morbidity among poor citizens, massive layoffs and large-scale unemployment are all symptoms of a more unequal exclusionary world. Seventh, in the post-COVID world, the non-traditional security issues will be as significant as traditional security issues. This pandemic has carved out new imperatives to understand security issues where both traditional and non-traditional security concerns have to be dovetailed and viewed as interconnected. Eighth, I see this evolving situation as a critical juncture, a point in history where a sudden dramatic exogenous shock opens a new window of opportunity to alter the persistent paths or norms and adopt new ones. Let us turn our gaze to India. Various subnational models of successful handling of COVID pandemic are now well known. Perhaps this is the right time for the government to learn from this model and initiate what Hugh Hoflo in 1974 called the powering and puzzling of the state, informed by social learning. State's powering is not enough. State also has to internally puzzle over policy choices, taking into account the learnings, both at the social and the policy level. This is the right time to choose policy paths that work, especially in the socio-economic sectors, such as health, employment, local economies, trade, markets, and above all, policy coordination between different levels of government, which is more devolved, decentralized, and participatory. This might as well be applied to other regions of the world. Will the government set aside their politicking and learn and operationalize these learnings? Well, only time will tell. So I will finish now. These are my 8 conjectures. And over to you, Guru. Could everyone hear me? Guru? Your mic is mute.
Yeah, Himanshu, continue. You have got 7 more minutes.
No, that's it. I have got 8 conjectures. I presented my presentation. I said, as a moderator, I set the benchmark.
Okay. Thank you.
See you on time.
Yeah.
I would, as a moderator, I would like to invite Amir Ali, Sujit, and Tamanna, my illustrious former classmates from JNU. And I would now, Amir, I would like now to
I would introduce
Amir, Sujit, and Tamanna.
Yeah. Dr. Amir Ali has done his master's from JNU, Center for Political Studies, MPhil PhD from JNU. Yeah, he was a Agatha Harrison Fellow at Oxford. He has done his postdoctoral studies. He's an eminent academician, now working at the Center for Political Studies, JNU. And another distinguished academician, Dr. Sujit Kumar Krushet, has done MA, MPhil, PhD from JNU. He was the faculty at the National Law School of India University. He is now working at Indian Institute of Public Administration, New Delhi. Another distinguished panelist, she'll be joining shortly, Dr. Tamanna Khosla. She's a very good academic. She was a faculty at Reddy Shriram College, New Delhi, and she is working with one policy making institute, WISCO. She'll be joining us shortly. I think that's the brief introduction. Over to Himanshu.
Thank you, Guru, and thank you for the introduction. Amir, I would like to invite you to express your views now. You have 15 minutes, and as you know, I've already set the benchmark. So over to you, Amir.
Hi, Himanshu. Good to see you after a long time.
Likewise.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for the organizers for having me as a panelist, and also the panel happens to be all my my friends from the class of '96 MA Center for Political Studies. So I'm still at good old CPS, holding the fort, as you can see. So when Himanshu was speaking, I noticed that he was stressing on the state. Let me focus on the idea of politics. That's what I will be focusing on in my 15 minutes that has been allotted to me. I go back to a book that I read 6-7 years ago. The book had an interesting title. It was called, by an American journalist, it's called Strange Rebels, 1979 and the Birth of the 21st Century. Now, the book has this kind of provocative argument that if one wants to understand the 21st century, and we are now 20 years, 2 decades into the 21st century, the best way to understand the 21st century is to go back to the year 1979, in which the author Christian Carroll is arguing that you get a sense of the fetal development of the 21st century. So many things happen in 1979, and these are formative for the 21st century. I can't go through all of them, but just the 2 or 3 of them that I can remember off the top of my head. These are the birth of neoliberal politics, signaled very strongly by the ascendance to power in the UK of Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan the next year in the US. These are just 2 or 3 of the important things that are happening. Now, the point really is that this is the 21st century in a fetal form, okay, before it was actually born. Now, as I said a little while ago, we are 2 decades into the 21st century, and my sense is that the COVID-19 pandemic and the crisis that it has brought has completely upended our notions of politics. Because one of the things about the 21st century and the manner in which it was born was the kind of relationship between politics and the economy. So increasingly, politics was genuflecting to the economy. It was pandering to the economy. This was also captured in the 1990s when President Clinton was he hadn't become the president, but his campaign slogan was "It's the economy, stupid." So basically, the idea was that if you got the economy right, the politics would follow it. I think this is one of the things that has been severely upended by this particular crisis. The whole assumption that good politics is all about good economics. I think that's completely something that has been thrown out of the window completely, and we would have to revise our assumptions about politics. Now, in the current crisis, the major problem that most countries are facing is like a kind of catch-22 situation. If you open up the economy, you are allowing more and more people into public spaces. As a result of that, there is a danger and possibility of the virus spreading. So the catch-22 situation that we have right now, and it's an awful catch-22 situation to be in, is whether you secure lives or livelihoods. Now, in the US, for example, I mean, with President Trump and all his brashness, there has been this attempt to open up the economy, get people back into work. And obviously the imperative for people getting people back into work and getting the economy running again, of course, seems to be the presidential election later this year, which hopefully should happen in November. And at least I haven't focused on any US presidential election as intently as this one, at least. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that the COVID-19 pandemic has presented us with a very strange, an almost horrendous kind of a catch-22, which is that, do we get the economy working again? If we try to get the economy working again, we are putting thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives at risk. Now, what this tells us is that what we would need is a complete transformation of the way that we understand what politics means. Politics can no longer tail and genuflect the economy as the 21st century told us to believe. Which means that, and again, I would completely agree with Himanshu on the point that he made about the state here, that the debate, especially the way that neoliberalism framed this debate, was that it was all about the state of the market. So it was like this kind of a zero-sum game. The more of the state you had, the less of the market that was possible. And the market was intruding into every single area. This particular neoliberal proclivity of the market entering every single area, I think, has been particularly damaging. And there's one thing that the COVID-19 crisis has really, really brought on the agenda, which is public health. Public health cannot be, it cannot be susceptible and be swayed by the market. That's something which is very, very clear. I focus on the UK because that's one country that I've been working on right now. There's a book that I'm doing on Brexit, which hopefully should be out by the end of the year. Now, it's quite remarkable that the Conservative Party under Mr. Johnson has been making this whole brouhaha about clapping for the NHS when it has actually been the successive Conservative governments which have done the most to privatize the National Health Service. The austerity measures that were introduced by Cameron's Conservative government when he came to power back in 2010 have in many ways eliminated the capabilities of the NHS to handle a crisis of this particular kind of National Health Service. So one thing which is very clear from, this is the second point that I'm trying to make. So if I can go back to my first point and link it up with the second point. The first point that I made was that the COVID-19 crisis has completely upended our notion of politics. And by that, what I mean is that politics cannot remain genuflecting and cannot tail the economy. It would be like the wag of the dog of the political, the tail of the economic wagging the dog of the political. I mean, one would have to reverse this particular idea. So therefore, politics must come back to center stage. It's a pretty Aristotelian point that I'm making, when Aristotle makes this point about politics being a master science. And I think this is a point that we perhaps need to learn in the 21st century, that if anything, politics is about taking important decisions. Now, one of the decisions that has to be taken, and this is, as I said, a difficult decision to make, is the toss-up between lives and livelihoods. And here, it's very clear that we cannot go on prioritizing the economy in the way that politics has allowed economic imperatives to dictate political decision making. So in that sense, I think politics really needs to come back and make important decisions. The title of my presentation is, if I can remember correctly, is the COVID-19 crisis and the COVID-19 crisis and Vision 2020. Now, the reason why I call it Vision 2020 is because the year 2020, I mean, it gives us a clear vision about the direction in which we need to proceed and the mistakes that we have made. And there have been many, many mistakes. I think one of the biggest mistakes that has been made is in terms of allowing the market to infiltrate into every single area. So it's as I said, the point that I made about politics genuflecting to the market has been, it has significantly reduced the ability of most states handling the crisis. Again, a point that Himanshu made, and I would completely agree with. There is a manner in which political decision making has to be brought back to center stage. And therefore, if there's one thing that the COVID crisis has brought, it has given us, it is this Vision 2020, that states need to start investing very, very heavily in public goods like health, public goods like education. These have been areas that have not been prioritized. In fact, if there's been one thing that neoliberal politics and economics has done, it has been to systematically cut back on these areas. In fact, if one looks at the present crisis in the US after the killing of George Floyd, the demands that have been made by Minneapolis residents, is to defund the police. Now, it's very interesting that when you have austerity measures and cuts to social welfare spending on housing, on health, infrastructure, and education, simultaneously, there's been almost an exponential increase in the amount of money that has been going into policing, into securitization. And I think this really is the crux of the crisis. These have been wrong decisions that states have been making. Simultaneously, there have been cutbacks in terms of social welfare expenditure. by demonizing and stigmatizing welfare recipients. And this was something that happened in the 1990s. Now what we have is a situation in which there's been heavy expenditure on policing and securitization, as a result of which the necessary expenditure on healthcare and education and housing has gone down. So the third point that I'm trying to make here is that the idea of the public good really comes back in a big sort of a way. The notion of a public good is important because it's something that is held in common. It is something that is funded by the state exchequer. It is premised on progressive taxation. These are all ideas that neoliberalism completely overturned. Now, the idea of a public good, as I said, is something which is very important, because what it does is that it helps large numbers of citizens. I mean, people hold these goods in common. They are funded by the exchequer, and they are premised upon a certain notion of progressive taxation. So the third point that I would want to stress here, and I realize that I am approaching the last 5 minutes of the 15 minutes that was allotted to me, is that the public good really has to be brought back very centrally. And I think if one focuses on the UK,
but you come to the right side.
if one focuses on the UK, it would be a classic example of how the NHS was privatized by successive Conservative governments, and precisely at the moment of the crisis, I think very opportunistically, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson has actually been championing and clapping for the NHS. So 3 points that I've made so far, if I can do a quick recap, is firstly the very notion of politics needs to kind of come back to center stage and stop being subordinated to the imperatives of the economy. The second point that I've made is in terms of the idea of the market, and how the market intruding upon every single sphere of life is again something that needs to be rolled back. So in much the way that the state was rolled back, what I'm suggesting is the rolling back of the idea of the state. The preponderance that the market has enjoyed is something that really needs to be questioned. And thirdly, this point about a public good. There are three classical public goods. There is health, there's housing, and education. I think if states are really to be able to assert their capacities, it should be in terms of these of these three classic public goods. Which brings me to a fourth, and perhaps will be my final point, and that is that this is a crisis of globalization. The pandemic is a crisis of globalization. One of the ways to understand it is in terms of the 2007 financial crisis. That civilly, it didn't affect India so much, thankfully, because I think in those days we were more buffered by global economic trends. But it certainly very badly affected advanced capitalist economies. So what I'm suggesting is that one way to understand the COVID-19 pandemic crisis is the crisis of globalization. There was a remarkable amount of political synergy that was created in handling that particular crisis, and we all know that the big banks were bailed out. Now, one doesn't find a commensurate kind of commitment to bailing out the health of the public. Of course, many economies have been spending heavily. India still hasn't done that well in terms of really kind of pumping in large resources in terms of our GDP into bailings, and I think that's a direction that perhaps is and will need to be taken. But the point that I would want to stress at the very end of my presentation,
I'm on my laptop only,
is that this is a crisis of globalization, and I think globalization has gone completely awry. And what the COVID-19 pandemic is clearly pointing out is that we need a recalibration of globalization. This globalization is a model that has gone completely wrong. And if I can perhaps end with one last point in terms of the countries that have really handled the crisis well. I mean, it's quite remarkable that the countries that have handled the crisis well all happen to be run by women. So you look at New Zealand, you look at Taiwan, you look at Germany, Angela Merkel. And what really it seems to suggest is that there is a certain amount of, and these are concepts in political theory that people don't really talk about, and which I want to kind of bring at the end, that there are two concepts that really do seem to be successful in addressing a crisis like COVID-19. One is trust, and the other is care. And I think there's a certain way in which this has been able to bring this about. So I'll end there with those 4 points that I made.
Thank you, Amir, for this excellent exposition. Actually, your talk reminded me of this work by Paul Pearson, which is called The New Politics of Welfare. And so
Right.
that is the kind of politics that you are suggesting we should bring back
Yeah.
in, where there's politics of both retrenchment of welfare and the politics of reform, which I think is both long drawn and is very difficult given the situation which we are in. So thank you, Amir, for bringing that to our notice. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sujit, who is at Indian Institute of Public Administration, to present his views. Sujit, you have 15 minutes. 1-5. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Himanshu, and nice to meet Himanshu, Guru, and Amir, as well as Tamanna. It's also an opportunity to share my ideas and also share some of the views that I have developed in between. So, this is a political science, and my topic is on the political economy of the pandemic and the kind of thing that we are experiencing in the last couple of months only. So we can see that political economy approach to this pandemic is quite new. And somebody need to be
Can I request everyone to mute their mic, please? Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. There are certain few trends like in case of this political economy that the key point for inquiry right now is that how politics has affected the responses to the pandemic. The first question is, and based on this question, the answer has started from that the first point is that revelation of the stark differences in the world's, the democracy of the world. Let's say 4 countries here. One is Spain, Italy, then Taiwan, Denmark, and US, India, and some other countries in between. The Korea is also another exception. So we'll start the discussion on saying that the pandemic has exposed the kind of democracy that we are seeing in recent times. In recent times, the trend we can see that the capacity of the state, the first answer of the first question itself is that capacity of the state, we can relate it to the term called the social democratic advantage. The social democratic advantage is a famous term that has been included in the recent book called the Social Democratic Capitalism by Len Ken-Ordi, where he's saying that there are different ideal type of social democracy, and social democracy is by and large a large welfare democracy, an active labor market policy ingrained into that one, then high rate of employment without consideration towards the informal sector. Then there must be an extensive pension system. And last one is a broad and inclusive education and healthcare. So on the broad parameters, a democracy can be called as an ideal type of social democracy. So the 4 to 5 countries that I mentioned a couple of minutes back, they also qualified to be social democratic country. Exceptions are Korea and exceptions are to some extent Taiwan. But the latest argument that we are also discussing here, on that term, there are certain countries like the Nordic countries, like Denmark and Sweden, they score the highest on this index. Whereas the countries like United States, Spain, they score little lower. And South Korea also, one of the exception, it's also scored lower. Whereas India, one of the strong democracy, it has a little comparatively better result because there is extensive democratic institutionalization of rule of law, but there are certain problems in terms of education, health, and there are certain problems related to the informal sector where the migrants are facing a big problem. So right now, the theoretical perspective on political science or political economy of the pandemic, we can say that the concept of social democratic advantage means those countries having the social democratic advantage will respond to the pandemic in a better way. So this is the theory that has developed in the last 4 to 5 months or 6 months, and we can see, or we are yet to see the full-fledged theory in the next couple of months. So in the initial period or the nascent stage of the theory, we can say India is at the forefront also. So what lies for the future is that the social democracies, they have to prioritize their policy in terms of retention of high employment, with taking care of the informal sector, with active welfare states, as well as the labor market policies. So unless and until there is an institutionalization of the labor market policies with informal markets, There won't be strong social democratic states. There will be democratic states, but there won't be social democratic states. Secondly, the absence of a robust policy architecture to protect the wages and employment means the economic cost of the pandemic will be very, very high. That we can see in India also, and in other countries also. So the question is right now how to reconfigure it, how to redefine our public policies in terms of bringing in a strong architectural framework towards protection of the migrants, protection of the informal labor sector. Instead of migrants, we can say informal labor sectors. So we can argue that the few trends in political economy has redefined the entire concept of democracy, entire concept of politics, which Amir was also talking about, and the entire world order, the changing new world order. So based on our theories, we can go to the global level of the new world order, that there has been a dramatic change in the global power structure. The entire global structure till now, what we have, it's also under test. A couple of years back, Farid Zakaria wrote the famous book called The Post-American World. So taking cue from that, we can say that the post-New World Order or the post-World Order means some kind of new architecture is emerging in a very rapid way. At the same time, it's also the second point could be identified as the waning of the numero uno, right from the economic terms to the military terms as well as political terms. The numero uno's image is almost on the waning. At the same time, there is also rise of the others, which Farid Zakaria has already identified. And the third point would be the very concern for the political scientists as well as the political economists. It's the weakening of the global institutions, be it the United Nations, be it the World Health Organization. There has been a gradual weakening of the infrastructure or the theoretical infrastructure of the global institutions. Next level, we can see that the political economy, there are many new contours. The title of my discussion is on the political economy of the new world order. So the new contours that I have identified, or we can see in terms of political economy is there has been a rise of the Leviathan. Leviathan means the huge structure the state has almost brought back. It's a new, big as well as powerful state is emerging. So the debate in the political economy is on the state versus the market, means who is more powerful and who is more effective. Now the debate is almost reached to a particular point where you can see the big and powerful state has been brought back into the limelight. At the same time, the consolidation of the big state is also emerging in a new direction. At the same time, the role of the market, which has always been a question mark, is right now playing a subsidiary role. Its role is not completely, its role cannot be denied completely, but its role has been down to some extent in the debate between state and the market. Next is the concept of the obligation in the political science, that this concept of obligation between the state and the citizens. The citizens, they surrender their almost right to privacy to the state, they surrender their sovereignty, they surrender their security to get certain things from the state. Right now, if you look at the individual obligation toward the state is almost taken for granted. The second point we can identify that the concept of obligation from the citizens toward the state is almost state driven. That in the name of security, in the name of health, in the name of overall stability in the society, the obligation of the citizens are almost mechanized. That is new thing, kind of thing that we see in political discourse. Next thing is that the grassroots institutions in a democracy is also being redefined. Let's take a simple example. A state like where I'm right now based in, the state in Eastern India is called Odisha. Odisha it enhanced the responsibilities, it entrusted more power to the leaders at the grassroots institution in the post-pandemic in order to withstand or in order to also check the contamination what the state has done. It gave a new power to the political leaders at the grassroots or the sarpanches. They were given the power of a district magistrate. Means the sarpanch can also enact certain new rules and regulation in his domain, in his political area, in his administrative area, and he can also impose certain administrative decisions on the people. So the empowerment of people through some political decisions or some kind of delegation of administrative powers, it has also resulted in some kind of good results. So today, Odisha, some of the districts are still in the green zone, not necessarily the green zone, but the number of cases is quite less in compared to other states in terms of its population, in terms of its district. So a redefinition of the grassroots institution, their empowerment, and enhanced responsibility is also a new contours of political economy.
Sorry to interrupt, Sujit. You have some slides to show, no?
Can you see the slides right now?
Yeah, go ahead. Because you've got 10 minutes.
Yes. So the political, I think right now it's visible.
Yeah, visible. You can share the screen.
At the moment, it's not visible, Sujit.
Okay. Just a minute. Anyway, let's go ahead. Let's complete the discussion itself. So the point that I was talking about, this redefining or recrafting the grassroots institution, is also the new feature of the social democratic state that India has already seen. In the last 3 to 4 months, what we have seen, it's a complete new form of political economy that we see. New contours are also being visible. So we need to take stock of these things, and also time to share the social democratic advantage in terms of their achievements, in terms of institutionalization of power sharing to the other states, so that it could be a peer exchange of the learning process. Also, it's a strengthening of the knowledge process of political economy. So the new contours has enabled the state in order to counter the effect of the pandemic. In addition, what has happened that it has also forced us to think about the future, how to face the future, so that we can build a strong democratic state as well as effective state with welfare orientation. So since right now market has taken a back seat, the welfare state is playing a big role. Now, whether it is effective or not, the next point that I'll come to here is that in case of India, a state like India, democratic state like India, the cooperative federalism is taking a new shape. For example, state like Delhi, where the chief minister was at the forefront, right now, instead of having a two distinct identity, right now he says that I'll follow the center. At the same time, the more coordination between the center and the state, it will be more effective in public policy. It will be more effective in countering the pandemic. So the renewed form of center-state relation, it's called the cooperative federalism in India. It's also a new contours of political economy of democratic state. Now, so far, the other institutions of the state are concerned, like the judiciary and like the press. The two are started playing their roles of late. The Supreme Court has right now stepped into the entire debate, saying that the state need to take care of the migrants or the informal sector first. And so far, the role of the media is concerned, it is also playing a very excellent, rather excellent role. It's also a very constructive role till now. Couple of days back, we saw some of the photographs that are the telling story of the pandemic, impact of pandemic, that a small girl is riding a bicycle from Tamil Nadu to back to Jharkhand and Bihar with his ailing father. At the same time, some people are walking down the streets almost 1,200 to 2,000 kilometers. So this also talks about the vulnerability of the informal sector. And subsequently, the other point is that it has also exposed the multi-dimensional aspect of poverty, which till now the state was denying. So multi-dimensional aspect of poverty has rendered the informal sector vulnerable like anything. In addition, the women as well as the weaker section of the society, they're also the most vulnerable sections in terms of the impact, in terms of their vulnerability. Now the question is that where we are heading for, or where the welfare state is heading for. There is a Latin term in political economy that we many times we discussed, is called the Quo Vadis, where it is heading for. So if you look at right now in the month of June, and if you look at the month of at least September, where we are heading, at least we should have a projection on political economy. So far the political economy is concerned, we have exposed the nature of the abject poverty which the state was denying till now. Right now, the concept of poverty has become not necessarily economic in nature. It has become a multi-dimensional aspect of poverty. In the Oxford University of Oxford, Professor Sabina has already worked on this one, the multi-dimensional aspect of poverty. And so that we can start preparation a multi-dimensional poverty index right from the blocks of every single district in India at least, so that in the next couple of months, the nature of pandemic, its impact could also be checked in a very big way. Or else the economic side of the pandemic will be too costly for a country like India. The second thing is that recalibration of the institutions dealing with the informal economy, informal sector, their rights. At the same time, some kind of policy initiatives at the top level, like the ration card, the right to education, at the same time, right to health. These are the three key ingredients the political institution must take into consideration in next couple of days by looking into the welfare nature of the Indian state. So at the end, I can say, or we can argue that the latest new contours of political economy definitely the rise of the Leviathan, but the rise of Leviathan must have a human touch or must have a human face. So the political economy of the state, political economy of the pandemic, it has definitely reshaped the entire global political structure. And so far at the macro level, and so far the micro level is concerned, it has also opened up new challenges. And the key point that we must take from here, that the redefinition of the Leviathan state in terms of its welfare orientation with a human touch. Second could be the role of the third tier of governance, that the Panchayati Raj institution, more empowerment, more decision making powers, and financial regulation is also key. Third thing could be the cooperation between center and the states. And the fourth point, that is that most important thing is that more effective law towards protection of the vulnerable sections, the migrant classes or the informal economy of India, with three features: the right to education, right to health, and right to livelihood. With this, I conclude my discussion. I thank Dr. Guru and the Karnataka Political Association for their kind support in giving me the opportunity, and my co-panelist and Dr. Himanshu for moderation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sujit, for sharing your thoughts. I can sense, I can actually feel the ubiquitous CPS flavor in all the presentations here, where people are talking about welfare and democracy and the role of the states. And essentially, you also touched upon the kind of the need to bring in the new pact, a kind of a new relationship between the state and citizenships, and kind of redefining those linkages. And so without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Khosla to present her views on the topic. Dr. Khosla, you have 15 minutes. It's good to see you after a long time.
Yeah, same here. Hi. Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So the title of my current presentation is "A World of Moral Strangers and the Need for Hospitality, What Corona Teaches Us." Now there is some, in this we'll talk about, how culturally we consider the other as stranger, and this results in what we call as Derridian concept of hospitality, which loses out on the whole thing. So let me just start off with the introduction. There is something which human beings around the world seem to share, that is tendency to reduce deep concepts into small complexities. For example, the whole debate around abortion is reduced to life versus death when it's much more than that. So the same is true of pressing political and religious issues. Slogans, in their turn, reinforce artificial boundaries formed around synthesized belief systems. Some people belong to more than one group. For example, a club, a protest group, an advocacy organization, or a fringe political party. This also has been stated by Iris Maiden Young, who talks about group specificity. So now, what is now different cultural based morality here I'll talk about. According to Brain, different cultures are assumed to have different moral values. Stated in its usual way, people are different and so too are their morals. It is impossible to develop transcultural or universal ethical standards. But in the medical theme, this is possible. So my purpose in this paper is to define universal values. And medical ethics and medical practitioners can do that. That empathy.
Project Tamanna, I forgot to mention you have 15 minutes.
Am I, how much time have I taken?
You have not taken much, so just to let you know.
Okay, thank you. Cultures are taken to be the sole source of ethical standards, and the term culture refers to ethnic, racial, religious, linguistic, nationalistic divisions, and even to the beliefs and behavioral patterns of smaller uh, particular groups. The assumption is that no way exists to ground a universal ethics. We all humans are assumed to be hopelessly divided. A person might be pushed to admit that babies and children are the same everywhere, but this doesn't happen. For example, we look at babies differently, through a racial angle. So, despite the fact that the child is so vulnerable and so um, something which is so divine about children, that would also be divided on race. So, the proposition that human beings so divided culturally and religiously that come to agreement about universal anthropology or theology from which universal ethical standards cannot be derived is admitted to be difficult one to argue. But the idea that universal medical ethics values and standards might be derived from uh, common sense understanding of ends and purposes of medicine seem to be more feasible. So we can learn a lot from medicine as such. That is what I'm trying to say. And coronavirus can be a, a point where we can all come together. So admittedly, the nature of reality will always be problematic, but not so or less so. The nature of human disease, for example, cholera, TB, malaria, leprosy, AIDS, cancer, health, scientifically, we need to work together. So we are no moral strangers on this earth. We are all one. Corona teaches us that we can't, uh, we just can't avoid the fact that, here we need to do research on vaccines together. People, scientists, doctors, everybody, researchers have to come together, be it from any country. So no country has to, gain any elusive status on this. Um, Said differently, the reality of disease and pathology, as well as the need of sick people, are so robust and obvious that they can structure or serve as the foundation of an objective medical ethics. So, medical ethics is something which needs to be done. We've heard in Delhi, for example, how people have been treated, COVID virus and people. So, these kind of universal ethics have to be developed worldwide amidst the doctors as well as amidst the people. It would be a better world for sure. Modern medicine, in both its research and treatment modalities, pushes different cultures towards ethical convergences and transcultural ethical standards. So we need to have transcultural standards. So what are the contents of universal ethics? Arguing against cultural based ethical relativism is made difficult by the fact that all important ethical commonalities are embedded in language instead of being out there on the surface of reality to be perceived and measured. Even common ethical values generated by the same background medical conditions often are expressed differently. North Americans, for example, prefer rationalistic, secular principle talks about ethics. Another culture may express the same ethical values in religious languages. So, that cultural ethics has to be relegated backward when it comes to, we are talking about human life. We need to have similar points on which we converge rather than diverge. Uh, we have already seen universal standards or articulated by the UN and other international organizations. Supporting these is an international ethics which is already in place. We agree, for instance, that in order to be ethical, medical treatment has to be beneficial to the person, or at least it must strive to be so. Even involvement in medical research must provide a sick subject that benefits. Treatments like experiments always involve some risk, which has to be measured against anticipated benefit. Patients in different cultures can certainly respond differently to benefits and risks, but balancing these is part of transcultural ethics. Harming a patient or merely feigning help or refusing to help in wrong in research in treatment is so everywhere. How much time am I left?
You have some time, Tamanna. I will let you know when 2 minutes are left.
Okay. So, respect for culture is a universal but not an absolute ethical value. Limits exist to respect due to cultural norms. Culture cannot treat sick people any way they like, cannot use medical technology any ways they like, cannot use human beings in research any ways they like, cannot intervene into human genome any way they like, cannot make whatever laws they like to reduce population. The issue raised everywhere by modern ethical practice may generate different cultural response, but no response is ethically admissible just because it is long-standing cultural practice. So here we need to understand that moral strangers are not really strangers, but we are all one. Because we consider US to be some medical haven. India say people are like moving to uh, US for cancer treatment and everything, but Corona just washed it off at one go. How much of this particular aspect is respected now? So, if money alone is allowed to determine access to treatments, only the most wealthy will live. But this doesn't happen. People who are very rich might die very young. The same is true of confidentiality standards and what is considered to be just or equitable healthcare delivery. But this does not mean that anything goes on or that no limit exists to what a culture may approve or disapprove. Developed world need to support developing countries in dealing with diseases such as Africa. So this is not what is philanthropy doing. This is something more than that. We are not doing it for benefit or something. This is animals are own. The human beings are very our own people. So we have to respect that particular aspect, that we need to take care of animals. They are very much part of it. The ecology is very much part of it. So coronavirus teaches us all that. Cultural differences do not require ethical relativism, but rather a fuel to derive to articulate standards which transcend cultures and oblige us all. A transcultural medical ethics is based on common dimensions of human persons, common
You
scientific
have,
assumptions. Sorry?
you have you have 2 minutes left, just to let you
Okay,
know.
okay. So, the universal standards alone are not enough before they generate. So, here I talk about the concept of hospitality. It is a relationship between a guest and a host, wherein the host receives the guest and with goodwill. So this is what is required of many of the countries who are successful. For example, India, if we could help our neighbors in certain ways, and India has been trying to do it, but at a more level. If we are empowered, we need to empower others, and so all the developing countries as well as developed world, whatever resources they do have, they need to do that particular aspect. Hospitality is also the way we treat people. That is a service of welcoming, receiving guests, for example, the way we treat them in hotels. Hospitality plays a fundamental role to augment or decrease the volume of sales of an organization. Hence, every business should master it. Jake Derrida offers a model to understand hospitality that divides unconditional hospitality from conditional hospitality. So, unconditional hospitality is required, not philanthropy. Unconditional hospitality, and that is what I derive from Jake Derrida. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tamanna, for succinctly telling us about the cultural, giving us a cultural approach to understand COVID and the problems related to it. And this is actually moving away from what we had to present. You also suggested an interdisciplinary approach to understand and handle the pandemic. You talked about transculturality, and you, above all, you talked about COVID-induced leveling at human level, at cultural level, at the global level. So thank you for your thoughts. And now we invite our participants to put any questions or clarifications or thoughts that they have. And so our hosts have suggested that you wave your hands to ask the question.
Anag has a question. Anag?
Yeah, hi. So I have two questions. My questions are to Himanshu Jha and Sujit Kumar, and I would like to hear from both of you. The thing is that it's a fact that COVID-19 is affecting the course of globalization. The neoliberal and economic globalization will have taken a major beating in the wake of the pandemic. But how are the neoliberal or economic globalization is going to take a major beating in the wake of the pandemic? And how has the state failed in the inability to save us from the pandemic in this beyond the social distancing or beyond the claims about national security, preparedness, etc.?
Sujit, since you are the wiser one, would you like to answer the question? Then I can respond as well.
Am I audible right now?
Yes.
Yes, so far the question is concerned, the question is very straightforward. Thank you very much for this good question. That how the neoliberal economics or neoliberal political economy itself is going to shape the new world order in the days to come. And the second question was in the state itself. Let's start from the second question. The ability of the state has certainly gone up dramatically in current times. The effectiveness of those and enhanced power we can see in the next couple of months, but certainly a new form of state that as we can see that is almost omnipresent. At the same time, its power is also gone up like anything. And what is most important, looking at a country like India or democracy like India, if you look at to the political structure right now or political leadership right now, there is something called a social as well as political capital that they are enjoying. Right, wrong, that we can discuss later on, but the visible form is the form of the acceptance from the public. So that the top point that I was highlighting in my argument, that the concept of obligation has gone a new kind of interpretation. Earlier, the obligation was also to some extent with these citizens, but right now it's almost state-driven. So that's a new thing that we see. And in the coming days, we can see in the more form of intense form of this kind of obligation, intense form of more state-centric activities will be visible. Next question, that first question was posed to me, is on the aspect of the neoliberal economics, the collapse of the neoliberal economics, and where we can see the replacement by something else. It's difficult to say right now. It's difficult to make a projections also right now. But we can see the gradual weakening of the neoliberal economy in the form of the relation between the capitalist system and the workers. We know the three forms of the factors of production: land, labor, as well as capital. So now the relationship between the three factors of productions are changing rapidly. Definitely the vulnerability section is the labor class or the labor, those who offer their labor in exchange of some kind of remuneration. But right now that vulnerability has gone up without the presence of some kind of protection from the state. At least in India, we can see. So that's why we are arguing that in the next couple of days, we need to frame a strong institutional framework toward the informal economy, so that even if the new liberal economy collapses or new form of economy emerging or new form of political economy that we are going to see in the next couple of days, at least there won't be a severe form of vulnerability. There could also be some kind of institutional mechanism to protect the social democracy in India, or else it will be democratic in form, it will be democratic in the structure. The kind of thing or the kind of relation between the state and the citizens, it will be simply state driven. There won't be much democratic space left to the citizens. So in the next couple of days, what we are going to see, at least in the next immediate future, is that the state will be more powerful, state will be democratic in nature, but the space of the citizens will be shrink to a larger, the contours of the citizens' power vis-a-vis the state will be reduced to a large extent. So we are not painting a very negative picture, rather it's a very pragmatic aspect of the relation between the state and the citizens. So my answer, the first question will be very straightforward in one single line, that the gradual weakening of the new liberal system has definitely started, but whether it will totally be wiped out or not, it's very difficult to say right now. We have to wait for certain time to make a projection. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujit. Can I quickly respond to the questions as well, since it was also addressed to me? Your first question was about the neoliberal agenda, whether it will break down or not. Now, this reminds me of the situation after World War II, when kind of new pacts came into being, and when Stephen Krasner wrote about the structural conflict, where the third world countries had these vulnerabilities and they were not ready to adjust to the multilateral framework. They were not ready to do multilateral adjustments, which led to the North-South conflict. Then John Ruggie wrote about embedded liberalism, where you engage with the multilateral world order, but you take care of your domestic prerogatives. I feel that post-COVID, I think similar kind of churning is going to happen, where citizens or lobby groups at the domestic level will demand more protection, simply because the economy has slumped. We are facing laggard economic growth, and so on and so forth. And so similar kind of new pact, whether it is new or whether it will be old, only time will come. But I think this will be a similar situation where we will see, as what happened in the post-Second World War and in the 70s and 80s, there was a clear North-South divide of what Krasner called structural conflict, followed by what John Ruggie called embedded liberalism. So that's my view about the neoliberal agenda and its breakdown. The second is about the state. And I agree with Sujit when Sujit says that the states are making a comeback in a big, powerful way, both in terms of their role as the basic service provider, as well as their, in terms of power. Only time will tell whether they will be able to relinquish this space that they have taken over time. But I would like to remind you of the point that I had made about state capacity. So something as sudden as COVID, state capacity is not enough. The states have to be ready to actually deploy that state capacity in time. And so as we have seen in even states, even in Europe, which have developed state capacity, actually struggled initially to handle a pandemic like COVID, which was sudden and which was widespread. And so when we talk about state capacity, we need to also take into account the state's readiness to deploy that capacity. So there's a new caveat, there's a new kind of addendum which has been added to this concept of state capacity, which is state's readiness.
अभी हम एक वेबिनार अटेंड कर रहे हैं, तो हमको
So any more questions? Or Ashok, you had a question.
Dr. M. Jayashree is going to be next now. Manshu.
Oh, Dr. Jayashree, okay. Go ahead, Dr. Jayashree.
Jayashree madam. Hello. Okay, we have can take a question from
Those
Ashok.
who have problem with their mic can also actually type their question in the chat, and everybody can see that.
Ashok.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See all CPS stalwarts. Great presentation from everyone. I just joined when Amir was starting, and I just got Himanshu's views as well. So it's a great presentation. I have a couple of points to make. Yesterday, I presented on geopolitics and international law. This is but I'm writing a book on geopolitics of COVID-19, which I'm also bringing my political science background, and where executive competency and the role of state in providing public good is being discussed, and governance is also being, these are the topics which I'm covering. But actually, I'm dealing with the geopolitics of the US, China, India, and how these Indo-Pacific nations are chipping and balance China, and then the diversification of supply chain and how China is exposed and how whatever an authoritarian system versus this model of Washington consensus, how it's going to play a role in this. But I'm just here trying to bring point. It's very well presented by Amir on executive competency. That's the which is being exposed, especially among the most developed countries, and most powerful countries have been exposed, which has got a very good healthcare system. And despite that, because of their arrogance or executive incompetency, they have failed to protect their people, and they are witnessing this number of death tolls, and economy is also suffering. But and also another, we should not be carried away by only women leaders are doing this. They're doing very good, but it's also the system. There are countries, 4 countries also we need to talk about is Australia, Japan, Vietnam, and South Korea, and they have done extremely well. And Australia is perhaps the model which I would discuss before that. Vietnam can be one of the model where it's not fully developed country, highly populated, density of population is very high, and it can be a model for many developing countries. And look at this, very close to China, and it has very well contained, this coronavirus pandemic. And then you have South Korea, which was witnessing very fast. In the beginning it was, but it has contained and the economy has done. But in case of New Zealand, I come from New Zealand. Now I'm a New Zealand citizen, but I'm lucky that I was in during the lockdown. I was in Australia. We were allowed to do everything here except club. Public gatherings were not allowed. Gyms were closed. But mall you can go. There were many shops were open, but people followed the rules, social distancing. They restricted themselves. Non-essential travels were restricted. So never went into that kind of whole, 4 states lockdown, which India and New Zealand went. So Australia, and at the same time, Australia has done economically very well. It has given its stimulus package. So we need to see this Australian model, and which brings extreme capitalism of America and social welfare of Europe together. Here, if you look at America, it has a very good health system, but why people are dying? And most of the people who are dying are poor. They do not have access to the healthcare system. But in Australia, they can be taken care of. So in America, they're dying because of it's a healthcare system, and where this public good, which you all have mentioned, that the role of the state has to be increased. And Amir has beautifully presented about this, that the state role has to be, in this public health and medical services need to be enhanced. So that's one of the point I wanted to make. And another is. And Sujit has also brought this point very good. This grassroots participation is one of the key example in Orissa, which is talking about. Just forgot another point, but just great to see you all guys. And I really got educated bit, and I'm working on these points, and I'm getting a bit bit good information from you guys, and some conceptual frameworks. So great to see you. Thank you. And just if you can have some comments on what I say, how do you look at this executive competency and this is the extreme capitalism and the social welfare of welfare model of Europe, which I think Himanshu can take as well, and how this goes into is this model okay? Like in Australia, which can be followed. We are talking about, and you have a liberal values and democracy and everything. But you have got both which is taking care of, and in this post-corona world, obviously in this public good, health, education, climate change, all the black swans and many natural disasters which will come unpredictable, with devastating impact, and we need to be prepared to deal with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashok. Amir, would you like to respond to those comments? You have to unmute.
Yeah, we can take some questions from others.
Yeah, can we collect some questions as
Yeah,
well?
Dr. Jayashree, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. I can hear you.
Yeah,
So,
you can.
good morning, everyone. So my question is that in this state of pandemic disease, so we are having United Nations organization, which is having the decision, it can take the decision that is amicable settlement of the disputes or anything, whatever it is going on in the world. So that is, the disease has been started from China. The public are not clear that is in any nation, whether this disease is regional or whether it is that is all over the world. Once for all, it has been spread like anything. So can we put some state responsibility, so which comes under the United Nations organization for the China? That is because we have divided the state developing, because developing and underdeveloped nations also, so they are not having so much of economy to come over from this disease. For that, as it is, the China is the developed country, such state responsibility can we put on the China for this the special purpose? So this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayashree. Amir, would you like to respond to both Ashok and Dr. Jayashree? Can you unmute your mic, please?
Right. Okay. I hope people can hear me.
Yeah.
I think the first point that I would want to make, especially to Ashok's question, is that I think what the crisis really requires is thinking on a completely different scale altogether. I don't think the kind of political and economic thinking that we have had in the last 30, 40 years will work. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because when we talk about ideas of the economy, I think the economy is always premised upon the idea of a certain kind of a growth. I think somewhere the idea of growth and economy has to be delinked. Now, I know that this may sound very strange for all of us who have grown up with the idea of economy and growth as if they go together like horse and carriage. But I think it's important to delink it, because there is this growing literature that is now emerging on post-growth economics. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because it's simply unsustainable for economies to completely go on growing into the infinite future. The planet will not be able to sustain this level of economic growth. So, the kind of thinking that we need, I mean, one signpost that we can perhaps use is the 1930s, because you had the Great Depression of, beginning from the 1920s and 1930s before the Second World War. Now, in 1936, John Maynard Keynes wrote his famous book, The General Theory. Now, I think that book was important because it reconfigured the global world order. The United Nations, for example, which was the second question, which I'll come to in a bit. But I think it's thinking on that scale that will be required. It's not even on a more ambitious scale. So the idea that the economy, it needs to be radically rethought. The idea of putting the economy at the center of the polity is a point that I made in my presentation, which again I would strongly advocate. So economic growth is no longer something that can go on, into the indefinite future. It has to really be put off. New forms of sustainable energy become very, very important in this regard. A point that Sujit was making, which I would quickly want to respond to, and this helps me answer the two questions. Democracy becomes very important here, because one of the books that I recently read came out 7-8 years ago. It's by someone called Timothy Mitchell. It's called Carbon Democracy, and looks at the technologies that have been driving the kind of democracy that we've seen in the last 30, 40 years. I think with technological change, with new forms of new energy sources, there will be a complete change in the way that we think about democracy itself. So what we are looking at is something huge, something so big whose scale we still haven't really been able to appreciate or understand. So that's as far as the first question is concerned. The quick response to the second question, UN, I'm not very sure, because the UN's capabilities have always been severely limited. They have been even more limited given the way that the US has been responding to the situation. So it has walked out of the WHO. The US recently, Mike Pompeo, the defense secretary, said things about the International Criminal Court, calling it a kangaroo court. So what we are now witnessing is a complete ripping up of the old world order, and therefore we would need a completely different world order where you would need a different form of the United Nations altogether.
We can take 2 more questions, Himanshu.
Can I quickly respond to Ashok and Dr. Jaishree? Just quick responses. I think Ashok, to your question or your comment, your question about the state capacity. I feel the powering of the state is just not enough at this moment. So it's just not enough to kind of ignore all the dominant interests on the ground or demands on the ground and just power the policies. I think we need to go back to what Hugh Heclo wrote in 1974 about citizenship and welfare, is that the state should also puzzle over a policy choice. The state thinking or the ideas within the state have to be so mature that they are able to handle this situation. So the state thinking also matters. And the third element, which is important, is about the learning, both at the policy level and at the social level. So the powering has to accompany the puzzling. Puzzling has to accompany the powering and social learning. Second is about both we have been obsessed with traditional security issues related to military and arms and so on and so forth. I think we have to put on table the non-traditional security issues as well on table to take care of these anomalies which have emerged because of the pandemic. And the third thing is about, and because Amir talked about Timothy Mitchell, and Timothy Mitchell wrote a very nice review essay on T.H. Marshall. And T.H. Marshall actually talked about not only civil and political citizenship is important, social citizenship is equally important. So that's the third element which we need to bring back in this whole concept of citizenship, about the role of UN and putting the responsibility. I think at this moment, a lot of countries are actually casting aspersions on China, but eventually I don't think it's going to happen. It's a very... Thank you. So next question, please.
We have 3 questions.
Yes.
Munikrishnappa. Hello. Munikrishnappa, you can ask the question. Nagaraju, Munikrishnappa, are you ready? Nagaraju. Dr. Shabana?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yeah, you can ask the question.
This question is for Tamanna. As she is speaking about the are you hear me?
Yeah.
Ma'am, you are talking about the medical ethics, where we are talking about the hospitality and all. As we are observing in this pandemic time, most of the developed countries were having well versed in medical things and all those things. They are crying, the nurses are crying from the ICU department. They are saying that they are removing the respiratory system of the patient. The doctors are asking them to remove that. So what about this? How can you relate to that, the medical ethics and the lives of the people?
I guess lives of the people are the most important. So are the lives of nurses and the medical practitioners. So we can't give concessions on any of those fronts. But the fact is that, on this particular pandemic, the world has to come together and envisage a theory, a thought, how to deal with doctors as well as patients, and, have a dialogue on this particular aspect, and, so that people are at comfort. like nobody is uncomfortable treating anybody, or people like in Delhi, for example, mortuary, you don't have places, this is the whole thing. And the real picture is not given to us. So many doctors are being infected, many nurses are being infected. So we can't put the whole blame on the doctors, because after all they are serving the people, and they are like doing it in a universalistic fashion. So I guess that is the whole thing, that people need to come together and uh, think about the welfare of doctors as well as the people. Thank you.
Rishikesh has a question. Rishikesh Singh. Yeah, wait. Rishikesh? Yeah, Rishi, can you hear me?
Hi, good morning, everyone.
You can start the video. Okay, we want to see your face.
Hi,
Yeah.
good morning, everyone. It's such a refreshing change to see my CPS colleagues after almost 2 decades. Wonderful feeling. And I must say this was the first opportunity for me to hear you all, the CPS stalwarts, and thank you, Guru, for organizing this. I was intently listening to all of you, Amir, Himanshu, Tamanna, Sujit, and the comments by Ashok, and I'm tempted to join this academic debate, which is such a refreshing change for me. And Amir, specifically to you, and also the points touched upon by Himanshu about this new world order which is emerging post-pandemic. And if I see everyone, including Tamanna, talked about the global cooperation, the need for global coordination. I see two distinct trends emerging here. One is this whole vacuum, which perhaps post-pandemic situation will unfold. And I don't know what kind of world order it will be. And there is so much of uncertainty around at a juncture where international organizations are themselves losing their credibility. So I'm not sure what would be your response to the contours of the new world order and how this would unfold. And I'm more concerned about, and couldn't agree with you more when you talked about massive underinvestment in health and education, and how social capital could have made a lot of difference in our approach to dealing with this pandemic, especially in the emerging economies and developing world. And but I get a sense from the panelists, my old CPS colleagues, and this I had this kind of uneasiness even 2 decades ago also, that we are still talking of the binaries in terms of the state versus market. I think much water has flown down since last 2 decades, and perhaps and telling this from my own experience of 2 decades in bureaucracy, I think we need to look beyond this binary of state versus market and the state capacity, the capacity that Himanshu was talking about, the readiness to deploy it. All this has been exposed severely, and even though can we still restrict ourselves in terms of economic growth, which you talked about, cannot be sustained. So I will be rather more inclined to an approach where we talk about an inclusive, sustainable, and the growth which is which includes all sections of society. So I'm not sure whether this approach will which you talk about in terms of maybe I understood it wrongly, but it still appears to me as a binary debate, whereas I would like you to maybe think towards or tend towards an inclusive approach where state and market come together and think of an integrated strategy in terms of a new international world order, and also a new inclusive economic strategy. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rishikesh, for these excellent questions. Guru, can I respond quickly and then we can move to another question or not? Guru, can we respond quickly? Can I respond?
Yeah, quickly to Rishi, and also Prem Kumar has one question. Let him ask a short question. Professor Prem Kumar,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
kindly
Good morning,
be Kindly be brief.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Let me brief my questions. So, state versus the capital, it's a long history, having a long history. My question is directly: do you think too much of nationalism has solution for the present COVID? And one more question I have: do you think nationalism and the state-driven economy are one and the same? So, Himanshu or Ali or Niranjan, any one of you can comment on
Guru, can I respond now or?
Yeah, you can respond now. I think Amir can take this. Amir can take this question.
Rishikesh, good to see you after a long time. And
Same here.
your questions are as probing as they were in CPS a long time back.
Thank you so much.
So let me respond to you quickly. Yes, the states are facing these paradox. So the paradox right now, because the economy is laggard, they have to actually protect their local economies, local businesses. They have to take care of the social needs. There's a paradox whether to be more protectionist, whether to close down your borders, look inwards, or to actually eventually open up, because the international trade is interconnected and you need international trades and FDIs to actually have economic growth. And so, yes, this is the juncture where the states are facing this paradox, and only time will tell how things are going to unfold. As I said in my presentation, my feeling is that initially the states will gingerly have to actually be more inward looking, at least for a couple of years to come. My second response about the state and the market. Yes, surely I agree with you. The state and market has to be fused in the sense these demarcations are now porous.
Once we have to wind up now. Next session is about to start. Wind
okay.
up.
Okay.
And
okay.
Vote of thanks will perform by Dr. Sumati.
Yeah, we can Rishikesh, we can continue the discussion. But the state has to be present where it has to be present. So for instance, in basic services like health, education, and so on and so forth, the state has to take its responsibility. It cannot be left to the market. That's my view. Thank you.
Okay, the session comes to an end. May I request Dr. Sumati to perform the vote of thanks.
Yeah, I'm Dr. N.C. Sumati, President, Equality Institute for Thought and Action. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to Karnataka Political Science Association, Karnataka, India, for having collaborated with the Trust Equality Institute for Thought and Action for jointly organizing 2 days international webinar on the hot topic of COVID-19 pandemic and the emerging world order. I am extremely grateful to Dr. Himanshu Jha for excellent his presentation and effectively moderated on this session. My special thanks to another distinguished academician, Dr. Amir Ali. Sir, your presentation is fantastic. I would also like to thank Dr. Sujit Kumar for his excellent presentation. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. Tamanna Khosla for his wonderful presentation. Madam, your presentation is very fantastic. I would like to thank for all technicians, a technical team headed by the Mr. Asha for conducting this event without any technical issues. Please joining us our next session also. I would like to thank all August panelists and all attendees, participants for these quiet, active involvement in this brain stimulating and enlightening discussions. Finally, I would like thank to one and all. Namaste.
We will enter the next session.
Thank you for organizing this.
Yeah. The session concludes now. We'll go to the next session 4. Yeah, I would like to, for the session, Managing Science and Society during COVID-19. This is session 4. I would like to welcome Professor Rajendran, who has done his PhD from Cornell University, USA. He is a faculty at Ajim Premji University, Bangalore, Karnataka. He is associated with SWAN, Standard Workers Action Network, So he will be speaking on migrant workers distress during COVID-19 Standard Workers Action Network. Next, we have Professor Prem Kumar from the Department of Economics, University of Mysore. He will be speaking on the fragility in global supply chain, lesson for India. And in place of Dr. Kiran Kumar, yesterday's absentee, Professor Rangapa's team will be joining shortly. And after that, we have one more distinguished scholar from Africa, Mr. James Tendi. He is the program officer and researcher at National Police Service, Nairobi, Kenya. He'll be speaking about intriguing events of COVID-19 pandemic in Africa and its implication to the emerging world. I welcome all the panelists and the attendees and all the interested persons, public. And over to Himanshu Jan, moderator. Himanshu? Yeah, Rajendran, you can start.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Pandita, and thank you to Karnataka Political Science Association for having given this opportunity. Now, what I'll try to do is I'll try to discuss a few things. One is how the migrant worker crisis has been in the last 3 months, what has been the observations that we have had, and how have the courts responded to this entire crisis. So I think I'll try to mix the three things. First of all, I'd like to begin by saying that I'm part of this I've been involved with the Right to Food and the Right to Work campaigns, National Right to Food and the National Right to Work, Right to Information campaigns for a long time. And along with me, there were some of us who were involved in it. And after the lockdown was announced on the 24th of March, right from around the 26th of March, we, because of our labor associations in Bihar and Jharkhand and Bengal, they reached out to us saying some members from their labor groups are stranded in Mangalore, Bombay, and other places. So we started receiving distress calls from them. And once we started interacting with them, we realized that they were out of rations. Their employers had not paid them during, even before the lockdown started. And many of them did not have any cash at their hand to even get hold of basic essentials. So we started doing very directly, we started transferring some very minimal amount of money directly to the workers' accounts, and also try to match them, pair them up with local organizations depending on where they are stranded, so that the local organizations can arrange for rations to reach them, and the local organizations can make sure that government support reaches the migrants who are stranded. So that's how we started. And from 27th of March till today, we've interacted with more than 35,000. We've interacted with around 35,000 workers. And over a period of these 3 months or so, we've also we've transferred a total of about more than 50 lakhs based on by getting donors, by just reaching out to people who we felt can donate some amount of, contribute some amount of money directly. And in the process, we've also made try and arrange for rations to reach them, make sure government facilities reach them. And as many of you might be aware, that the nature of distress has been changing. It's ever evolving from what it was in the last week of March to now. So initially the need was for rations and basic money. And then now over a period of time, it's evolved, and it's now largely the requests are pertaining to travel. Now, this is the context. Now, I think before we begin discussing what has been the reaction or the difficulties faced by the migrant workers during this lockdown, I think it's important to understand what were the conditions that the society, that Indian society was in vis-a-vis the workers before we entered the lockdown phase. So here I'd like to bring in some important statistics. There's the labor force participation rate. So labor force participation rate tells us what is the proportion of working age population that's either employed or seeking work. And what we see is there is the periodic labor force survey, which needs to be conducted every 5 years, but the government of India suppressed releasing that data before the election, before the general elections last year. And then after the elections, the data was released. And from 2017-18, the numbers are very, very stark. What we see is that the labor force participation rate declined from about 55% to about 49%. And this is what we mean when we say that the unemployment rate is increased by 6% which is the worst in the last 45 years. And in particular, the urban unemployment increased by 3 times between 2011-12 and 2017-18. And for 3 times for the urban employment, and for the rural men, it increased, it doubled. So for both these cases, for rural and urban, the unemployment rate increased massively between 2011-12 and 2017-18. And even after 17-18, in the last 2 years, the unemployment rate has been steadily rising. If you look at data that comes from the Center for Monitoring of Indian Economy, and the urban unemployment rate is actually the worst because it's been at 9%. Now, what this means is that there is excess labor that's available in the urban areas, and consequently, the employers are consequently the bargaining power of this excess labor diminishes because of lack of any kind of collectivization, because of lack of robust implementation of labor laws. The other thing I would like to indicate from the periodic labor force survey data is the kind of wages people have been earning. So from the PLFS data, which is a periodic labor force from 2017-18, what we see is that roughly 70% of the labor force that's working in India earns less than 12,000 a month. Okay, which is again a very strong number. We are talking that 70% earns less than 12,000 rupees a month. And if you look at the share of wealth in India, what you would see is that 60% of India's poor own just about 4% of the wealth. So we are talking extremely large levels of economic inequality. And obviously, there is a high correlation between economic inequality and people and caste category of people. So this is another thing. What we see is that in 2018, 17-18, the wealth of the richest 1% increased by 20 lakh crore. Okay, so which is equal to the entire annual central budget of the entire country. So we are talking, that is the extent of high levels of income inequality we are talking. And I can present more numbers depending on time. So that's the context in which this entire migrant worker crisis needs to be looked at. And to this end, one of the things that's happened, why do we see this kind of a monumental migrant worker crisis, is one of the reasons is that the central government did not consult the state governments before announcing any kind of lockdown. So even while the workers themselves were taken off guard, they were just given 4 hours to prepare and return to wherever they had or whatever they had to do. On the other hand, even the administration was not prepared to take up this kind of a thing because the administration was not consulted at all. So this kind of a unilateral decision making exaggerates the extent of crisis and amplifies the crisis.
Sir,
yeah.
You have 3 more minutes, sir.
Okay, I thought it was 15
You have
minutes.
3 more minutes. Yeah. So
okay,
you can continue.
Okay, all right. So then I would just say that, okay, so then let's get into the announcement made by the central government called the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. As per that, the provisions that there is nothing in it for migrant workers. The second thing is how the courts have responded to the migrant worker crisis. And it is instructive to mention here that based on our work from SWAN, what we see is that 50% of the people were having less than 1 day of rations. Only 6% of the population, only 6% of the migrant workers were paid their full wages during lockdown. And 49% of the calls that we received till for about 2.5 months were SOS calls indicating they had no money, they had no rations, or had skipped the previous meal. And another very compelling number is that 64% of the workers that reached out to us had less than 100 rupees with them. So this is the extent of the crisis. And the PMGKY, the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, had nothing in it for migrant workers. And to add to that, there were 2 court petitions presented in the Supreme Court, which were dismissed by the Supreme Court. Actually, there were 3 overall petitions that were dismissed. First was, there was a petition by Harsh Mandar and Anjali Bharadwaj, which sought wage compensation for all the migrants, but that was summarily dismissed on the 21st of April. And what the court said was that, in fact, the CJI incidentally said that if people are getting 2 meals a day, why would they need money? And that's a very insensitive comment, I would say, towards the migrant workers, because as the Swan report also indicates, we released 3 reports in this period, that 64% of the people had less than 100 rupees left. And why they need money? Even if they have to buy vegetables, if they have to get medicines, even if they have to recharge their phones, because that's the only connection that they have with their families back home. So that was there. Then the second thing is that even the CJI, sorry, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, he said that when people are getting cash transfers, people are getting cash transfers through the Jan Dhan Yojana. And what we see from the Swan's work is that out of 10,383 workers for whom we have this information, only 20 people have received the Jan Dhan money transfer.
It's over now.
Say that again.
Sir, Rajan said it's over now.
Yeah, I'll just end with one last comment about a recommendation.
Yeah.
So throughout, we've been recommending a minimal of 7,000 rupee cash transfer for the laborers and universalizing rations. And the cash transfer is still not materialized, and the universalizing of rations has still not happened. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very presentation. Now, next scholar, Shalini V, research scholar, she's going to present paper on behalf of Professor Rangappa. He is not well. She is presenting paper now. Shalini?
Yeah, sir.
Over to you.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you for Karnataka Political Science Association for providing me opportunity to share some of the views now. Sorry, but in spite of my my sir, I'll be presenting whatever he wants to convey in this conference. From past few months, everybody are talking and thinking about the novel coronavirus. It has drowned out all the other news. While the governments are struggling hard to control this pandemic, a pall of uncertainty and the fear has descended upon the world. With unprecedented lockdowns and severe restrictions, it has brought change in every sphere of life. Despite of the remarkable advancement in the sciences and the medical field in the 20th century, the infectious diseases have remained to be the leading cause of death worldwide. The newly emerging viruses such as the Ebola virus and the severe acute respiratory syndrome, the Middle East respiratory syndrome, coronavirus, avian influenza virus are the severe threats to the public health and have become a global concern. Newly emerging viruses are either a previously undescribed virus or the variant of the previously known virus. Ecological disruption and human intuition into the new ecological system have increased the exposure of humans to the new infectious agents. Usually the tropical and the countries which are like developing countries are the hotspot of these kind of outbreak of these diseases. The COVID-19 pandemic expanded from Wuhan, which is the 7th most populous city in China, and it started exporting to a growing number of countries. Observing the steep increase in the number of cases causing the deaths in lakhs, WHO declared COVID to be the pandemic status. These coronaviruses belong to a large number of RNA viruses that are found diversely in animal species. Under the electron microscope, this coronavirus appeared to be like crown-shaped due to the presence of envelope spike glycoprotein. Coronaviruses belong to Rhoniviridae, Enteronoviridae, and the Coronaviridae families. Furthermore, Coronaviridae families are classified into alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. SARS-CoV-2, which is responsible for COVID-19 pandemic, is a type of beta COVID virus. Genomic characterization studies of the new strain have indicated that the 89% of the nucleotides match with bat SARS and 82% match with human SARS. Therefore, it is the basis for the new strain to be called as SARS-CoV-2. It has a full genomic length of 29,891 to 29,903 nucleotides. The virus also being sensitive to UV light and heat. And this SARS-CoV-2, like this virus, bind to their target cell through angiotensin converting enzyme 2, which is expressed in lungs, causing respiratory complications. Symptoms of COVID-19 depends on the severity or the load of virus present in the infected patient. It mainly includes cough, cold, fatigue, sputum production, headache, hemoptysis, diarrhea, and other respiratory complications. Individuals who remain asymptomatic can also transmit the virus. Transmission also occurs when the person is in close contact with the infected person or to the respiratory droplets while coughing or sneezing. Real-time fluorescence, RT-PCR, like a polymerase chain reaction, is the most suggested diagnostic technique to detect the positive nucleic acid of SARS-CoV-2 in sputum, throat swabs, and secretions of lower respiratory tract sample. And this COVID-19, which has proven to be the threat, has no specific antiviral treatment, and unfortunately, no vaccine is currently available. Mechanical ventilation and oxygen therapy is the most recommended treatment for this disease, followed by the administration of certain drugs like chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, and remdesivir to reduce and arrest the further severity of the disease in the patient. It is unfortunate that even today we are witnessing a number of cases which is increasing worldwide at an alarming rate. To control the furthermore spread of this virus, few measures should be taken by each one of us and the respective governments to flatten the curve of the exponential increase. Practicing personal hygiene, physical distancing, and self-isolation are proven to be the most recommended measures to prevent this infection. Also, following a very healthy lifestyle which boosts our immunity is the one more other aspect. India, with a population which is the second most largest in the world, and which is more densely packed than China, is going to be a Herculean task to contain the spread of this virus. COVID-19 is likely to have a social, economic, and political impact. We could be looking at the worst economic crisis. Indian economy is already been in the midst of lockdown, slowdown, with a recession in exports and manufacturing. The airline and hospitality sectors are already on brink. The most severely hit are the daily wagers, laborers, and migrant workers, who are about 45% of the workforce. Agriculture, production, and marketing, corporate are the other sector facing a major setback. It is now the government which must bring the effective infection control protocols and measures to manage country's economy. Novel coronavirus is not the first pandemic faced by the world, and poor health facilities, lack of awareness, and dearth of basic necessities are the few things common to all the pandemics. Providing nutrition and livelihood to the needy must be the top priority. Employment schemes and food for work should be implemented. Improving healthcare facility and providing necessary protection to the frontline workers must be it should be must. Indian governments together with the WHO is expected to bring the best effective measures in managing this disaster. Also, each one of us should cooperate and act responsible in combating this disease. There is no use of getting anxiety over the pandemic, though it looks chaotic outside. Everything has an end, and hence we must together fight against this pandemic. So spend your energy on prayer, meditation, pranayama, and positive affirmations. I wish and pray a good health, and I wish everybody would stay safe. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, James Tindy. Are you hearing?
Hello, how are you, sir?
I'm fine.
Fine.
You can present your paper.
Hello, sir.
You can hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, you can present your paper now. You can speak.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event, the Karnataka Political Science Association, and AITA, led by Dr. Guru Pandita and Dr. Sumathi Mam. I would also like to thank the coordinator of this forum. I will thank the panelists that have got time to present their papers in this particular forum. Also, I will not forget to thank our viewers worldwide in both continents for getting time to share knowledge with us. Okay, I'm going to present a paper on the intriguing events of COVID-19 pandemic and its implications to the emerging world order. My paper will specifically target the African continent as one of the influencers and the powers that will tilt and shift the world order to the new one that we are expecting soon. Okay, till today, African continent is regarded as poor and developing. It has low implications of international politics and governance. And many experts, academicians, and many other more say that maybe this disease will have a devastation effect in the African continent. Okay, we have seen the COVID-19 pandemic changing how governments, both international government, that is the world government, and national governments, conduct their affairs. We have seen a lot of restrictions, health restrictions, in a manner of trade restrictions. We have travel restrictions. We have seen a lot of curfews, social distancing, and other more. These have affected a lot the economies of the world, the different state of the world. Politics have changed, and politicians have had a lot of fear and got into negative politics where tribalism, nationalism, and you saw recently that xenophobic discrimination has appeared in the world. Remember that many African students back in Guangzhou, China, was discriminated against. And see the United States of America, there are a lot of discrimination and xenophobic distress because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, what influence, the big question is what influence Africa has to the emerging world order that we are expecting soon? I told you that experts they predicted a lot of implications. They say that Africa is a tickling time bomb of the pandemic COVID-19. But contrary to that, to the amazement of the world, Africa has really done a lot to manage and mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, we will see in this particular presentation how and what are these events or the pointers that Africa has power and influence to shift the global governance. Okay, number one, I told you about Africa having a proper management of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we'll ask ourselves why, because it was predicted that Africa will have a devastation effect of this pandemic because of maybe poor healthcare systems, poor management, a lack of resources like finance, maybe poor politics. But contrary to that, contrary to the experts' predictions, Africa has surprised the world about the management of COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, number two, I'll talk about enhanced capacity of African scientists, statesmen, researchers, even academicians. They have been enhanced and their capacity are high. And we have seen Africans leading the UN and its organ, particularly to WHO. So when we come to that point, I'll explain a lot. And who are these scientists, academicians, and statesmen that who have been appointed and ruling the world in these organizations? Okay, three, I'll talk about assistance from China. It has been immense to the African continent. That is, it has brought a lot of development, and it shows that the world has shifted from Western hegemonies led by the USA to the Western rising hegemony led by China. Okay, number 4, I'll talk about trade partnership with China. Africa has had a lot of trade and a good relationship with China, despite of small challenges that I've talked about, like the xenophobic discrimination. Okay, we'll also talk about the political, economic, financial, and social unity of the African continent. Okay, we have had the best unity in African continent ever, and the world is amazed by this unity and but how this unity is working towards making Africa as a powerful and influential factor in the emerging world order. Let's start with the management of COVID-19 pandemic. I told you that African continents had really managed this pandemic well. The likes of African states like South Africa, Senegal, and my country, Kenya, are among more that have been praised internationally for meticulous and rapid response to the pandemic. And the official figures in Africa do not equal the disaster scenario that was brought by experts that Africa will have a devastation of effects of the pandemic COVID-19. According to the analysis of WHO and the Africa CDC, it shows that Africa has the lowest infection rate compared to other states, other continents, other nations in the world. Only 3% of African population is infected by the pandemic COVID-19. That was as at 12 p.m. of 13th June 2020. And only 1.4% of deaths have occurred in Africa. What does this show? That there is proper management of COVID-19 pandemic in the world. And this put Africa at a good position to influence how the world is being governed. Okay, why is this low infection rate, and why is this low death cases reported in Africa? Okay, experts say that Africa has this, they have had these infections before, like in 2014, we have Ebola. Ebola really affected Africa, so they knew how to control these viruses like Ebola. So I think this is one of the pointers that made Africa manage the COVID-19 well. Number 2 is the unity of African continent that I've told you, I'll talk about in my previous presentation. That there is a good continental unison and a good continental partnership that has made them to rapidly respond to this pandemic. We have talked about Africa having the low demography, that is the youthful population in Africa, and we know that most of the youths have high immunity. So what is this management of COVID-19, proper management of COVID-19 tells us? That it tells us that there is success in the African continent, and Africa will continue to occupy an increasing and prominent role to the emerging world order. So after that, we are going to talk about the capacity of the African statesmen. How are Africans leading the world in terms of appointments of the scientists, academicians, and other learned fellows in the UN and its organ, and particularly to WHO. So currently, we have a number of people from the African descent that is leading the world, particularly to the WHO. We have the Director General, who is Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. Is the first Director General coming from the African continent, and he leads the World Health Organization till today, from 2017. This shows that Africa has occupied the leadership of the world governance. Number 2, we have Dr. Ibrahim Sosefol from Senegal. He's the Assistant Director General for Emergencies Response. We have Dr. Jode Majour from Morocco. He's the World Health Organization Country Health Emergency Preparedness. We have Dr. Princess Ndombela Simelela from South Africa, who is the Special Advisor to the Director General of the World Health Organization. Lastly, to my brother, a person coming from my native. He's called Dr. Patrick Amoth from Kenya, who's the vice president of the executive board of the World Health Organization. And this person is the Director General of Ministry of Health in Kenya. So this leadership that has been put in the world from the African continent shows that Africans have occupied a prominent role in world leadership. So these things are very interesting on how Africa positions itself to changing the world order or to becoming a world hegemon. You never know. Okay, I will talk about political, economic, and financial reforms and unity in the African continent. You have seen Africa previously did not have this international organization, intergovernmental organization within itself. But now there is a proper leadership and strengthened continental organization, like the African Union, the AU. We have the African Development Bank, among many more, including regional intergovernmental organizations. So these organizations have had a proper management of any crisis, of any agenda that appears, that comes in Africa. Recently, you see that Africa stood firm supporting the World Health Organization and Director General Ghebreyesus after the US, Congress, and Donald Trump criticized the World Health Organization for poor management of the pandemic, COVID-19. And African leaders led by the African Union Chair, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, stood firm and tell off the US government that they should leave the World Health Organization alone, and they should support the World Health Organization in the management of some pandemic. And they say that they have confidence in the leadership of the Director General. So this shows that Africa even now has a voice to tell the world that we are here and we are supporting World Health Organization, including the WHO chair or the WHO Director General. Okay, back to China and support from China. China has really supported African continent before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and hopefully in the future. And this has served as a warning to the US government, because they are the current hegemon of the world, that there has been a shift of allegiance from west to the east. During the outbreak of the pandemic, around March, China was the first to offer help to different nations of the world. That is 82 in a number, more so in the African continent. And this invited criticism from the Western media and the Western hegemons, accusing China of leading mask diplomacy. But this did not draw attention of China to do whatever he is able to do best. And also we can see the China people like the Jack Ma, who is the owner of Alibaba, supporting African continents with a lot of things like personal protective equipment, test kits, and masks. And these have left grateful memories to the African people. Huawei Group have also helped African continent so much. Okay, this has leave criticism, and scientists like Michael D. Gavin is saying that China is seizing global power during this disruption of the COVID-19 pandemic. And because they have seen that there's leadership vacuum left by the US government, so they're taking this advantage and exerting their influence in the African government. So at the end of the day, this will shift allegiance and will tilt how the world governance is being organized. And slowly we are drifting to a new world order. I just want to share with you some data on the support that the African continents have got from China, including medical equipment, masks, protective clothes, ventilators, and among. Okay, for medical equipment, Africa has benefited 1.33 billion euros from China. We have had 3.86 billion pieces of masks that is coming from China, Jack Ma, and the Huawei Foundation. We have also have 37.5 million pieces of protective clothing, that is personal protective equipment from China. We have known that ventilators are very important at this period of time where we have COVID-19 pandemic, and Africa has benefited from 16,000 pieces of ventilators from China. Okay, that is not enough. We are going to see the trade. You know, trade relationship and trade partnership is the most important thing that a country or a continent with a continent can share. So comparing US-Africa partnership in terms of...
Hello. You
have
have 5 more minutes. 5 more.
5 more. Thank you very much. I'm finishing.
Okay.
Okay, the partnership between US and Africa and partnership between China and Africa is immense. We have seen that the trade partnership between China and Africa is 4 times more than the US. This shows that China is working so much in terms of partnerships and creating influence in the African continent. So I'll just conclude by saying that there is a shift of world order, and the world has a tendency of shifting from one particular part of the continent and the other. So because of this shift, which is always happening, China has rise to the occasion where it has have a lot of influence in the African continent. So it's telling me that African continent is a beautiful girl which is being courted by different men all over. So it means that it will have an influence on how the global governance is being run, and particularly it will influence and drift the world towards a new world order. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Tendi, sir.
Yes,
next,
sir.
Next, Prem Kumar Nayak, sir, request to present his talk. Hello, Prem Kumar, sir.
Yes,
Are you
sir.
ready? Yeah, you can take over, sir.
Shall I share my screen?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning and good afternoon, respected panelists and the 2 organizations. Today I am going to make my presentation on the topic Fragility in Global Supply Chain, Lessons for India. I am Dr. Prem Kumar, Professor of Economics in the University of Mysore. Thank you for the opportunity, particularly Pandita and Sumati Ma'am and Mangalamurthy. Friends, this presentation is mainly based on the report on the global economic perspective published by the World Development Bank, and some of the readings from my economics. The scheme of presentation, it includes introduction, economy and shocks, a global supply chain, global value addition, some of the traditional patterns and the modern system. And the next, the implications of COVID-19 and the global supply chain, some policy issues and the theoretical foundations. And lastly, it is the conclusions. Friends, as we have seen, the slowdown was started in India even before the corona pandemic. The government of India had been introduced many reforms to promote the economy, like a corporate tax rate cut, a change in the income slabs, which was more confusing ever before, and many more. But the Indian economy was very insensitive to promotional steps of the government, a lack of investment, a lack of demand, increasing unemployment, inequality, inflation, and many more. These problems have been amplified during the pandemic. No doubt we have problems. We means not only Indians. India was just an example. Most of the countries of the world have been having these problems. To be honest, very serious problems, and these problems are multifaceted and complicated. So as I said, each individual, each sector, each state or province, and even each nation has a unique problem. Investors are having more risk and uncertainty for their investments. Producers are having input, inventory, output problems, marketing problems, logistic problems, both excess and limited demand problems. Consumers are having lack of income problem to purchase needed goods and services. At the same time, consumers are also having the problem of availability of goods and services. Laborers are having job security problem. At the same time, governments are also having a fiscal deficit problem, allocation and distribution problems. So more specifically, it is the redistributive justice. What is the net transfer to the people, those who are really in need, particularly the poor and the marginal sections of the people. So, and there are many more problems. So let me start with this economy and shocks. So which is a very, very important in understanding the impact of the COVID-19 and its impact. So it has been theoretically and empirically and repeatedly proved that the economy slowly responds to any shocks. So if there is any shocks, that will be understand, and the economy will slowly respond to that kind of shock. It may be a pandemic, it may be a natural disaster, or it may be a man-driven policy interventions. Any kind of the shocks, economy will slowly respond to that kind of shocks. It is also true that the economy remembers the shocks for quite a longer periods. So once the shock has injected into the economy, the impact of the shock will be for the longer period. The COVID-19, a biggest shock to the world. So it is, the question is it a policy shock or a natural shock? I leave this to the panelists. As we have understood, this is the problem. This is a shock, a COVID-19, a coronavirus COVID-19, what we are seeing today worldwide. So it is a pandemic, what we have understood. So there are two types of the shocks. One is the natural shock, another one is the man-made shock. So any policy intervention will be a man-made shock, and there are natural disasters, something like that. So whenever the natural disaster, that will also having its implications for the economic system as well as the supply chain, particularly the global supply chains. So because of the natural disasters, the logistic will be disrupted and interrupted. So therefore, that in turn will have its implication for the global economic system. And the man-made, like the policy interventions, so that will have a little impact on the supply chain. More precisely, the supply chain is very vibrant in reacting to the man-made shocks. So is it a long-run shock, whether it is the duration of the shock? So whatever the shocks, whether it is natural or the man-made, the duration of the shock is very, very important in order to understand its implication on the economy and the supply chain, whatever it may be. So as we have understand the pandemic of COVID-19, still it has not ended. So it is a longer period. It is a shock which has a longer duration. So therefore, ultimately, since it has a longer duration, definitely there will be shocks which will be for the longer periods. So, and as we have understood from the readings from the economic history, recessions and depressions are not new to the world. So since the 1870, and the world economy has experienced 14 global, 14 okay, 14 global recessions in 1876, 85, 93, 1908, 1914, 1721. The longest here, the longest one, 1930-32, the Great Depression, 1938, 45, 46, 75, 82, 91, the World Globalization New Policy Regime, and 2019 financial crisis, and now it is 2020. It is originally due to COVID-19, as we have understood. So, but at the same time, partially due to the supply chain management fragility, the instability, weakness in the supply chain. So, we have also contributed for the recession during 2020. So partially due to the governance also. So as we have listened to the previous panel, the question of governance, how could the government respond to any kind of the recession, pandemic, or the natural disasters? So as I have told, my focus will be on the supply chain. So we have two different, there are many different structure for the supply chain for understanding its nature, scope, and all those things. But how introducing here only the two. The traditional one, like the barter system, the first kind of the supply chain where there were only two parties, producers and consumers. The length of the supply chain in this case was very, very short. So very short. Short in the sense, facility was very limited. So whereas in the new modern supply chains, the global supply chain or the global value addition system. So it is a modern global supply chain. So where is the whole economy is the part of the global supply chain directly or indirectly. So all the factors are the part of the supply chain. The production is the part of the supply chain. Markets are the part of the supply chain, and the consumers are also part of the supply chains, where the logistics plays an important role. So as we have understood, supply chain is an extension of the organization, but it doesn't mean that logistic is equal to supply chain. So logistic is a part of the supply chain. So here the major question is, how could the logistic will affect the overall supply chain? So the global supply chain, as I have already mentioned here, so the factors includes labor, capital, and also. So now we have labors from the all over the world, and the capital, it is the investment. The investment you are seeing from the all over the world. So and the production is not taking at a single stage; it is taking at a multi-stage. So the production units are having most of the corporations, most of the producing companies are having their production units all over the world. So some components are produced in China, some components are produced in Germany, and they are assembled in India and marketed in America. So like that, we have multi-stage supply chain production systems, which is the part of the supply chains. And we have markets, perfect markets and imperfect markets. Sorry, here it's perfect again. Imperfect markets. So the perfect market will adjust the situation very quickly and efficiently. Whereas wherever we have the imperfect markets like monopoly, monopolistic and oligopoly, there we have the problem of fragility in supply chains. And at the same time, so the logistic. So during this, particularly during this pandemic, the supply chain has been weakened. So we have experienced the fragility. But since it is a kind of part of the supply chain, logistics is the part of the supply chain, any threat to the logistics will certainly have its implication to the supply chain as well as the overall global economy. So here the most important thing is in understanding the fragility in the supply chains or the capacity. Do the companies, government sectors have sufficient capacity to react to the pandemic? So whether it may be a health sector, or it may be a manufacturing sector, or it may be a tourism, education. So do the economies and the companies are having the capacity to react to the this COVID-19? And the flexibility, do we have the flexibility, that is how do we resilient to the changing supply chain or infected supply chain? And robustness, it is how quickly we react. Here the meaning of robustness is how quickly we react to the supply chains, how quickly we react to the supply chains, how we quickly adjust to the new situation, that will have the lesser impacts. So therefore, robustness is also very, very important. And the self-reliance. So now we are talking about, particularly in India, we're talking much about the self-reliance. So depending on the domestic production, or domestic markets and consumption and all those things. So self-reliance. So these are the things which are much discussed during this pandemic, particularly in relation to understanding the supply chains. So no doubt, definitely the COVID-19 has made its impact on the global supply chains. In understanding this, let me show some of the figures which I have taken from the global economic prospects at June 2020. So you can see the container shipping and new export orders. So this is the blue line is the container shipping, it is coming down. So it was slowing down even during the 19, and it has registered negative growth during the 2020. So, and then even the new export orders. So new export orders was already negative, and they have further reduced during this pandemic. And at the same time, look at the trade growth. So the trade has registered negative growth, particularly in 2020. So what I have explained, we have seen 14 recessions in the world. So we have seen 14 recessions, but the severity of this recession is very, very high. Let me show one more important graph, that reduction in hours work. So in different fields, like yes, sir.
You have more 3 minutes, sir. You have more than 3 minutes.
Okay, sir. So industrial production has shown negative trend, and the passenger traffic has shown negative trend. So the global growth, you can see there is a negative growth. And you can also see this picture, which is very, very important in understanding the severity of the present COVID-19. So the red, it is showing the 2020. The T is showing the period of a recession and the period of pandemic, or the period of the disruptions. So the severity is very high. So compared to the blue, that is 2009, you can see the GDP has reduced a lot, and per capita GDP, that's also reducing at a higher rate, and even retail sale volumes reducing. A trade volume, it is much lower compared to the 2019, and even unemployment, that's very, very important, and the unemployment rate has significantly increased during this period. And then look at the situation in different states. So most of the states, you can see here 2020, yeah. So most of the countries of the world will expect it to reduce the growth during 2020. At the same time, the world trade has reduced by 15.3%, particularly during the effect of the COVID, particularly during these 3-4 months, during from January to the May, it is very high. Have most of the countries and the group of countries have registered the negative growth. So you can see how affected this is recessions. So the share of the economies in the recessions, never before in the history, almost 90+% of the countries are having effect from this pandemic. So 90% of the countries are having these recessions. So before, during 1931, even during the Great Depression, around 80% of the countries have the effect of recession. But now it's more than 90%. More importantly, the impact of the COVID, it is much more on the poor. So you can see around 71 million, the COVID-19 has pushed 71 million into extreme poverty, so which is $1.9 a day. So, and even in India, the net increase in poverty, that is headcount poverty, will be definitely increased after this pandemic. And particularly in South Asia, the share of poor is very high. You can see that also. And some of the theoretical issues. So we have different issues since due to the lack of time, not getting into much more. Particularly, I'm going with the Keynesian consumption functions. So if you have a disposable income, definitely you can make the demand. So during this period, most of the people have lost their jobs. And even the people who are having a permanent income, permanent job, they also having threat to their jobs, their income. So therefore, now they are not going to spend much. What I mean, the capacity of the economy in terms of its purchase, it's very, very limited. How could the policy intervention will solve these kind of problems, particularly by doing the redistributive justice and the fiscal policies? Why I'm talking about this, the inequality and development, it has a very, very well connected. So increasing inequality will reduce the growth efficiency and increase the burden of the poverty. So some of the policy issues. So as we have already observed and understood that the unorganized sector has affected a lot. But as I have understood, the rural economy, which is dominated by the agriculture sector, it is not much affected during this pandemic. So it is the organized sectors, so like tourism, hotel industry, transport sectors, and manufacturing sectors. So that has been affected a lot during this pandemic. So that is the very, very important. So therefore, we need some sector-specific policies and the constructive programs and effective implementation of these programs to fight back to this pandemic. And the federal system, so we are having both central and state systems. So what is the shared responsibility of the state government as well as the central government? So that's another important thing. Last but not least, let me conclude by saying that we have many goals and targets, particularly sustainable development targets we have, and we have the environmental targets. How could we cope up with these COVID-19 in order to address these targets are reaching the sustainable development? It is also very, very important. Last but not least, do we have any work? Certainly, India has been repeatedly proved that it has the capacity to bounce back to any kind of recessions. So whatever the programs you are introducing, the policy interventions are taking place. Maybe the fiscal policy interventions or the monetary policy interventions certainly will help the economy, and the Indian economy itself will have a lot of capacity. So therefore, we have futures and we have options and we have a lot of opportunities also. So hope for the best, the near future, and in the long run, India will be a powerful nation economically as well as politically. Thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be part of this international webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Prem Kumar sir. It's a wonderful session. Managing science and society, especially migrant workers, their problems, and certainly India also has given its priority towards it. And other is Tendi sir also presented, hinting you the events of the COVID-19 pandemic, Africa region. Really, it's a wonderful session, and you also given very informative So
Thank
I would like to raise questions.
Yeah. Now, K. Sriraj, you have raised the question. K. Sriraj, Professor Asanta Devi. Okay. Then Anand.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Yeah.
So my question is to the first speaker. I forgot the name. The speaker who mentioned about the migration and all. I'm sorry that I forgot.
Professor Rajendran.
Yeah, the Rajendran, sir. So my question is that how can we manage the migrant workers who return from Nepal, that is nearby Kakarvita, I think. Yeah, Kakarvita in Nepal to Siliguri in India. So how can we record the daily commuting migrants worker, that is from the cross-border migrants between India and Nepal? And my other question is does the issues in Africa does the issues in Africa reflect the deep racist divide or the upper caste class hegemony in recent years that has led to the ill treatment of the poor, that has made the the present issues? And is there a sense that governments in Africa has an attitude or support the clandestinely supporting the upper privileged groups and being anti-minority, and that is a reflection of this crisis? These are the two questions that I would like to raise.
So Rajendra sir, you can answer for that one.
So the first question, I think it's a very specific. India and Nepal have always shared a porous border. In fact, you can see a lot of Nepali workers, not just in Siliguri, but in different parts of the country. So I think as far as that specific problem is concerned, it's important that government revisits certain labor laws that are already there. For example, maintenance of the revisit the Interstate Migrant Workers Act, amend it, improve the BOCW registration in the welfare boards, etc. There, if you can increase and improve the registration of workers, doesn't matter whether they're from Nepal or Assam or Bengal, but I think worker registration is key at this point. I think that needs to be strengthened more. I think the second question was directed to Professor James Tindy.
Yeah, my second question was to James Tindy, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm humbled that you got my presentation. You know, asking a question means that at least got something that I was presenting about. I just want to talk about you asked a question relating to discrimination in Africa. There is low class and high class. It's called social stratification. I want to tell you that African is managing this well. I talked about in my third point that African is occupying a prominent role in the emerging world order, that we have unity in terms of political unity. We have social unity, economic unity, and financial unity. I talk about different intergovernmental organization that is in Africa, like African Union, chaired by President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa. We have the African Development Bank. We have other social organizations that is both regional and continental in Africa. So this unity in terms of politics and social, make sure that each and every one that in Africa is catered for, whether it's in low cadre or high cadre. One of my professors recently talked about when he was presenting in one of the forums. It's called Dr. Pielo Lumumba. You can follow Dr. Pielo Lumumba. That Africa now is have grown and have agreed to have that social diversity. And because of this integration and this coming together in terms of politics, social, economic, and financial, we now cater for every class. And I think tribalism, ethnicity, and discrimination is slowly coming out of Africa. So I say there is an integration and there is unity, and each and every level social stratification is catered for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next one.
Next, K. Sriraj. Sriraj.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you
Hi,
can ask
sir.
the question. Hi, you can ask the question. You start your video also.
Hi, sir. My question is to Professor Rajendran.
Yeah.
That relating to that guest worker problem. Who is responsible for this distress of this guest workers? Whether the union government, the host state, or the parent state of there? That's my question.
So I think it's definitely a responsibility of the host state and the central government, because see the reasons why migrant workers are going from, let's say, the poorer states like Bihar, Jharkhand, Bengal to the richer states like Haryana, Karnataka is because of lack of employment opportunities in their host states. So in fact, I would rephrase. I would say the responsibility lies with all three in different capacities. The responsibility for the host states, for the home states, lies because they have not managed to create better employment opportunities. For example, had the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act been strengthened, then we would have seen less migration to the richer states. The host states, because they haven't kept records of anyone. They haven't kept records of any workers who've come and worked with contractors and subcontractors. Consequently, the host states have not done their accountability of managing who these workers are and where they are working. And finally, the responsibility comes with the central government because, as I said earlier, there are many good legislations in the country, like the Payment of Wages Act, like the Minimum Wages Act, Interstate Migrant Workers Act, BOCW Act, Building and Other Construction. None of this has been implemented in letter and spirit, and ultimately it's the responsibility and accountability falls on the central government to make sure that happens. So it's in here that I would just like to add another point, that what the central government has done is they have monopolized the decisions and socialized the losses. That's not what federalism is supposed to be. So I think somewhere the central government, not somewhere, the central government is squarely responsible for the current migrant worker crisis that we are seeing.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I have
Progressive
one more
legislation
question.
is going on, sir.
So I
Hello.
request Professor Vasanta Devi to ask the question. Kindly unmute, man. Unmute, please. Next question. Vasanta Devi, you want to ask the question? Hello?
Hello, there is no question, sir.
Okay. Next, we can have discussions. I have a question to Professor Prem Kumar. How is it that the global
Yes,
supply chain?
actually,
How is it that the global supply chain is likely to impact the world order? Is it going to rewrite the world order? Is China going to be the number one state economically and politically? Yes, sir, you can respond.
yeah, as I have already mentioned, the new supply chain will be the new global economic order, because there are a lot of chances, as we have already understood. The corporate sector, particularly the multinationals, are having their production units in different part of the countries. So one or the other way, most of these MNCs are having their units in China. Definitely, when they have a lot of risk and uncertainty to their productions, definitely that will affect their supply chain and their profitability also. The most important, the agenda behind the supply chain, and that is the principle behind the supply chain, is to have a efficient, cost minimizing and profit maximizing supply chain. So because of that, many MNCs have moved to a low labor price states or the nations, or where the raw materials are available at the lower price. So they have moved. So that the movement itself is affecting their supply chain now. So once the supply chain affected at any point, so certainly that will definitely reduce their profit. So their competency in the global market will be reduced. So therefore, the chances are very high moving from China to other nations or countries where there is a lesser amount of risk and uncertainty. Definitely, there will be uncertainty and risk, but they are looking for the lesser uncertainty and risk. At the same time, do we have the advantage of this, India? Do we have that advantage? But at the same time, we need to question ourselves: do we have the capacity to attract these moving organizations? So, do we have that kind of capacity, infrastructure capacity, and at the same time, do we have the skills, whatever the China is having, and the kind of the environment that China is having? That's also very important. And one more important thing. So in the supply chain, we see about the production as well as the inventory. So most of the inventories are most of the companies today, manufacturing units are having a sufficient inventory. So they are not having the sufficient demand for their goods and services. So being the case, will these manufacturing units will start the new production units, or will the foreign companies or the multinational companies will look into India where there is already a excess productions? So these are some of the issues we need to think in utilizing the new supply chain order. Thank you. Hope I have explained to you.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Rajat sir, you have one question.
Hello.
From Anag.
Anand.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Anag, yeah, you are heard. You can question.
Yeah, sir. This was a follow-up question to Rajendran, sir. Sir, how can the change in labor laws is going to affect the migrant laborers? Actually, will the actually the laborers in industry is going to be included in the Essential Services Act in respect to the continuous and desperate attempt by the governments to revive the economy? This was my follow-up question.
Yeah, so I think so dilution of labor laws is not the way to go. We understand that MSMEs need more kind of boost, but we can think of that as some kind of an employment generation idea where you can separately try and boost MSMEs to prosper. But it should not come at the cost of labor dilution of labor laws, because we are talking about a 40 crore labor force which is in the unorganized sector, and that entire sector is the most vulnerable. So if you make the most vulnerable even more vulnerable, then there is a problem, because there is a strong economic argument to be made, much like what Professor Amartya Sen and Jean Drèze have repeatedly made in several things, that for the economy to prosper, you need a healthy workforce. And for a healthy workforce, you need, what it means is they need to have balanced diet, they need to have good nutrition, they need to have healthier working hours, so that they have a calm mind. They need rest as well. So putting all of this together, it's in the long run, if we really want the economy to prosper, we have to make sure that the workforce is healthy. By diluting labor laws, you're going to increase the work hours, and what will happen to women? We have to think about that. Women will be even more vulnerable, because they'll have to work 12-hour shifts, and they have to do the cooking, etc. after that. So we'll be creating a much poorer workforce, which in the long run is going to hurt the economy tremendously. And also
Hello.
that, yeah,
Thank you, sir.
also
Thank you.
just to add one more point, that one important, as I think Professor Prem Kumar also highlighted, is the need to boost demand. So just to add to what Professor Prem Kumar said, that unless the poorer sections of our society have the disposable income, and he also highlighted about how inequality is detrimental to growth. And if the poorer sections have more disposable income, then they will have more ability to spend, which is going to be a boost. So in order to boost that as well, we can't afford to dilute labor laws.
Anand, it's okay?
Shall I comment?
Yes, sir.
To it?
Sir, continue.
Yeah, in recent time, the most of the economics of the world, they are talking about the the net redistributions. So what the people are contributing to the government, and in turn what the government is giving to the people. So when we take it into the in consideration with the poor and marginal people, what these poor and marginal people will spend. So almost their income will be spent for their daily needs. For example, for their food, clothes, and medicines, they almost spend their income. So while spending, they are paying a lot of tax, indirect taxes to the government. So on what the government pays to these poor people, like some food and other things. So when you take into account, in most of the nations, the net transfer from poor people to the government and transfer from government to the poor. The negative effect is the net effect is negative. That means poor are paying more to the government compared to the government. So therefore, it is a time to rethink in order to increase how long we are going to support just by giving the food and other things. We need to create effective jobs. So in order to increase their capacity and their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I will request Guruji to conclude this session.
So I would like to present a vote of thanks to distinguished panelists. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Rajendran of Ajim Premji University for highlighting the key issue of pandemic outfall, the migrant workers distress. I'd also like to thank Shalini, who has come on behalf of Professor K.S. Rangappa, who is not keeping well. He is the General President of Indian Science Congress Association. So on behalf of Professor K.S. Rangappa, I thank Dr. Shalini to she has presented the paper, Science, Ethics and Society. It's a very enlightening one. I thank Professor K.S. Rangappa. I wish for his speedy recovery. I'd also like to thank Mr. James Tindi, who joined from Nairobi, Kenya, and for presenting the status of affairs in Kenya. So I would also
Africa.
Sorry, Kenya and Africa. And also Professor Prem Kumar for explaining us in simple terms with his slides about the fragility in global supply chain, lessons for India, how we can go about it. I thank all the participants for raising the important questions and for participating in the discussions. And I thank all the viewers. Stay tuned for a session. I request Professor Prem Kumar to moderate the concluding session. Yeah, now I invite for the concluding. The session is titled Pandemic, the Question of Integration and Disintegration, a Way Forward. So we have with us distinguished academicians, Professor Kirti Raj, an young academician from Alliance University, Bangalore. He will be speaking on COVID-19, a test for geopolitics of globalization. He has written one very interesting scholarly work, Prisms in Political Science. And we have one more scholar from Egypt, Alasami Hafiz Megahed, is assistant researcher, Social Studies Department, Desert Research Center, Cairo, Egypt. So he will be speaking on socio-economic impacts of COVID-19 on the Middle East region. I welcome you all, sir. And our third panelist is Dr. Mangal Murthy, the Vice President of Karnataka Political Science Association, India. He will speak on COVID-19 effects and new challenges in the SARC region. So he has done his doctoral studies on the SARC region. So we are keen to listen to his words. And in the concluding session, we have the President of Equality Institute for Thought and Action, Dr. N.C. Sumati, who shall be presenting the vote of thanks. May I now request Professor Kirti Raj to present his paper. A word to Prem Kumar for moderation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Guru, for this opportunity. Now I request the Professor Kirti Raj from Alliance University, Bangalore, to make his presentation. Please, sir, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope everyone can hear me now.
You see now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can go ahead.
First of all, thank you for Kapsa and Ita for providing me an opportunity to present my views on this topic. So my topic is COVID-19 pandemic, a test for the geopolitics of globalization. So here, before starting my presentation, I should make two things very clear. The one thing is, whatever I'm going to talk about, it's not a conclusive one, because the nature of the problem we are facing itself is such that
Kirti, your voice is echoing. So you can keep the mic or speaker a little distance. Yeah, go on.
Is it okay now, sir? Am I audible now clearly?
Yeah.
Yes, I was just saying my topic is not a very conclusive one, as the nature of the problem itself is such that it's not, it won't make any sense to make a very conclusive presentation. And the second point, I should make it clear that the things I'm going to discuss is already mentioned by different scholars who presented before me. For example, the fragility of geopolitics, a very important thing, the fragility of globalization. So I just want to show some light and some new things on this particular phenomenon. So again, my presentation is organized. So just introduce my topic first. That what I'm going to talk about and what is the relevance of my topic. And the second thing I'm going to talk about is globalization and its fragility. And the third thing is a kind of diplomacy is working in this world. I'll be very brief because all these things are quite broader in their nature. So let me start my presentation that before the COVID-19 outbreak, we had so many calculations that we means the scholars, analysts, and the thinkers in political science, economics, and different disciplines. We thought so many things that the world will be like this, the balance of power will be like this, ideological battles, diplomacy, geopolitics. So there's so many things. Actually, we had our own calculations, but here comes the pandemic, COVID-19, and now everything has to be observed with a new approach, with a new outlook. Because whatever we have planned, those plans were based on different foundations, and most of those foundations were not really relevant now, particularly during the time of COVID-19. And it's absurd to talk about the post-COVID-19 situation. We are in that situation. So during this situation, many things will change. For example, just to give a practical example, many nation states, for example, those nation states, particularly the oil markets, they thought that they will be the financial superpowers, or they will be emerging as the best markets. Nothing wrong in that, because that was a calculation and it was right in most of the sense, and it makes sense. But what happened? So here comes a pandemic, everything, all the plans shattered now, and a pandemic taught them that the rich sources, they were of no use, they were not meaningful without consumption. When there is no consumer, even the most valuable things don't make any sense. It is not just about oil markets, it's about all the markets, all the producers, and all the nation states. It's a lesson to all the nation states. So we are actually going through a critical time, in fact. It's a great crisis. We have to admit that. And it is natural that assume that this crisis will change the nature of geopolitics. There are different views. So not to mention those things that there are many views. Most of them, they think that after COVID-19, the geopolitics will be completely different. And some predict that there will be a new world order. And some are predicting that there will be the rise of China. The China will dominate the new world order. And some say that it will be an end of globalization. And some say, and some opinion, opinions. They talk about a new global cooperation. So there is no unanimity in the opinions, and some even consider that this COVID-19 will result in a very extreme nationalism, ultra-nationalist forces, and it will undermine free trade, and it will lead to regime changes and other crises. So apart from that, actually, just to mention some scholars, Kishore Mahbubani, he stated that this crisis, COVID-19, it will result in the end of Western domination. And you might have heard about this Farid Zakaria's statement that the COVID-19 will give a stage to the rise of the rest, not the West, but rise of the rest, and particularly China. And there are so many scholars like that. I mentioned there are almost all the scholars, they have given their own opinions. They have their own analysis on this crisis. And the most important one, recently, Francis Fukuyama, he published an article in Foreign Affairs. The title of the article was The Pandemic and the Political Order. And interestingly, the subtitle was It Takes a State. What does it mean? So he just, Fukuyama, not explaining the article written by him, but just some interesting factors, interesting facts. Fukuyama looks at this pandemic with a historical outlook, and he talks about Great Depression. Of course, Great Depression spurred isolationism, nationalism, fascism, and so many other changes. World War II, for example, it brought some new changes. The major change was New Deal by Roosevelt. And 9/11 attacks, they brought some changes. And 2008 great financial crisis. Now, all these changes, so particularly Fukuyama talks about 2008 financial crisis, how it brought some anti-establishment wave, and particularly how it gave a very interesting base for populism, and even the regime changes across the globe. And at the same time, the most importantly, Fukuyama, he opines that it is not actually the regime type when it comes to handling COVID-19. What kind of regime you have, you might be a democracy, you might be a dictatorship, you might be a communist system. It's not the regime type. As he gave some examples, some democracies were successful, some democracies failed to face this crisis, and some dictatorships, they were quite successful, and some dictators failed. So it is not actually about the regime type, according to Fukuyama. And he gave three important things. It's about the state capacity. Now, already some other speakers, some other presenters, they explained these things in detail. I'm not really getting in detail. So the Fukuyama mentions three things: state capacity, social trust, and leadership. So these things will work, and not really the ideological orientations of the government. So I'm just, if you're very interested, you can go and read this article by Francis Fukuyama. I'm not really going in deep about his article. I'm just moving from the second part of my presentation, and just actually the core part of my presentation. As the title is the test for the geopolitics of globalization. So we have to understand what is globalization and how it is a test. So it's a tough task, in fact. A broad definition will fade away, and a narrow definition might fail to serve the purpose. So not ignoring these points, let's talk about the working of globalization. That is integration. Now, what is globalization? Like normally, we talk a lot about globalization. And the one very famous dialogue is globalization and the global village. So globalization made the whole globe as one village. What does it mean? World is integrated. Everything became globalized. Everything became interdependent. At the same time, interdependence was considered as a virtue. Might be, some people might have some problems with this, considering interdependence as a virtue. And in the same way, globalization brought efficiency, technological edge, specialization, division of labor, and particularly the division of labor and specialization. So they, so world became very integrated, and division of labor and specialization, they reached their supreme height. So particularly when it comes to the side effects of globalization, of course, globalization has so many advantages. A lot of things. So for example, if you consider the efficiency, technological edge, availability of inventories, etc. At the same time, this COVID-19, it showed that globalization is fragile also. It is vulnerable also. So there is a negative phase for globalization. And you should remember that when COVID-19 exposed how fragile globalization is, it is not that COVID-19, all of a sudden, it entered and it showed that globalization is fragile. It's not like that. So the globalization had its own problems even before COVID-19, but COVID-19 crisis, it showcased, it exposed the fragility and the vulnerability of globalization. Particularly, just yes.
Please conclude.
Yes, so.
Yeah, please conclude.
Yeah, actually, I just want to. There are so many other things. I just want to conclude with a debate that a very important debate. Actually, there are so many things, just making it very concise. Stockpiles of supplies versus just in time. Before globalization, we had a concept of stockpiles of supplies because everyone, all the producers, they used to keep a stockpile. They used to keep inventories because if I want to produce something, I used to keep a lot of raw materials, supplies to produce something. But now, in the time of globalization, the logic is just in time. Why you want to waste your time? Why you want to waste your resources? Why you want to waste your space in warehouse? And why you are paying the rent in warehouse? Because you can just get whatever you want instantly. Just like the fast food. Like you can get the most qualitative products immediately from any corner of the world. So it took the division of labor to one more level that if I'm producing something, I need some inventory. So I can get that inventory from any corner of the world. So as the Apple CEO, Tim Cook, he famously said, fundamentally, inventory is evil. They don't keep inventory. So now, as a producer, I'm dependent on the other people, the specialized firms all across the world. And during this time of globalization, this logic is completely failing. Just-in-time logic is completely failing. Just-in-time might become too late because I can't expect the logistics, the supply chains to be so fast and so effective during this time. So,
thank you.
So this is what I want to present. Actually, I just want to conclude here that in this backdrop, we have to look at the geopolitics of globalization now, particularly with the vulnerabilities of globalization, the fragile nature of globalization, to make policies and to observe the international order. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirtiraj, for making the presentation and talking about the new world orders. Thank you, Kirtiraj. Now I request Alasami Hafiz Megahad to make his presentation. Dr. Alasami is from Cairo, Egypt, and he is the research assistant in Social Studies Department, Research Center, Cairo, Egypt. And now I request Alasami to make his presentation.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You can make your presentation.
Okay. Professor Brain Kumar, sir, the moderator of the session, respected panelist in this session and for all previous sessions, respected audience and viewers, good morning and good afternoon. Actually, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Karnataka Political Science Association, Mysore, and Equality Institute for Thought and Action, Mysore, for organizing this valuable webinar. And I would like to thank also Professor Guru Bandit for giving me this opportunity to share my views in this international webinar. So I'm going to talk today about socio-economic impacts of COVID-19 on the Middle East region. As I have particular time, I will go briefly for some highlights. So I will focus today on the impact of COVID-19 on the oil production and price. Secondly, in investment and remittances in the Middle East area. Third, on the tourism sector. And the fourth, I will talk about the social aspect, like the impact on gender equality in the region and the youth employment. And finally, I will give conclusion about the impact on COVID-19 on the refugees, especially in the countries under war, like Syria, Yemen, and Iraq. So, as we know now, we have in the Middle East region, unfortunately, more than hundreds of thousands infected across the region and thousands of lives lost. So it's clear that COVID-19 will severe to aggravate the multiple crises in the region. The COVID-19 will aggravate also governance failure, tensions, and deepen economic cleavage within and between the states. So it's clear that the Middle East region will not be the same after this pandemic. What from the post-pandemic region will take is dependent upon the choices governments make. So nothing withstanding the human cost, the impact would be felt most on the economic front as capital market tumble. Tourists evaporate in the midst of a ban on flights and lockdowns, and oil prices contract. So let me go ahead for the details about my topic. So the impact on oil production and prices. The COVID-19 pandemic and related quarantine measures caused an unparalleled global contractions in economic activity and a collapse in demand for oil products worldwide. At the same time, the decisions by some key producers to increase their production in early March compounded the impact on an already oversupplied market, amplifying the imbalances. The result was one of the biggest price shocks in the energy market in the history. At its lowest in April, Brent oil prices dipped below $20 a barrel, losing nearly 70% in value. As storage capacity began approaching its limits, prices for West Texas intermediate contract due in May fell into negative territory for the first time in the history. Reacting to the rapidly deteriorating fundamentals on Tuesday, April 9th, OPEC, Russia, and other producers tentatively agreed to the biggest oil production cuts in the history. They decided to withdraw 10 million barrels per day, or 10% of global production from the market for the months of May and June. For producer economics in the Middle East and the North Africa, the lower oil prices have had an immediate impact on economic fortunes. For some, it has once again exposed the realities of an economy too dependent on revenues from oil and gases. In Saudi Arabia, for example, oil revenue fell by 24% year on year in the first quarter in this year. The fall in non-oil revenue was of similar scale, reaching around 17% in the first quarter of this year. The government has responded to the revenue decline by interaction government ministries to cut their expenditures by 20 to 30%, but this didn't happen quick enough to offset the revenue decline, and the quarterly budget fell into deficit amounting to around $9 billion within only 3 months. The country's net foreign assets fell by $26.8 billion last month only to reach $460 billion a 9 years low, likely reflecting that the government's needs to use deposits to meet its payment obligations due to decline oil revenue and because the government has injected liquidity into the banking sector. This was the largest fall in foreign assets in the 20 years and around 50 more than the steepest decline faced after the 2014 price crash. The decline in government spending may compound the economic condition in Saudi Arabia, but also across the Gulf. The slowdown in economic activities is expected to hit immigrant labor hard, resulting in estimated population declines of between 4% and 10% across the region during 2020. So for going for another sector, and which is very important for income in the Middle East region, I'm going to speak about impact of COVID-19 on tourism. Tourism is one of the worst affected sectors of the economy during the crisis. The shock to the global tourism industry could amount to 45 to 70% of output, depending on the severity of the pandemic globally. The World Tourism Organization's WTO estimated a decline in international tourist arrivals by 58% to 78%, amounting to a loss of between $910 to $1,170 billion in international tourism receipts, with the UAE canceling its Expo 2020 and Saudi Arabia not allowing the annual Hajj pilgrimage to take place. Hundreds of millions of dollars were lost for both states. The UAE was expected to attract 25 million visitors to its Expo by 2020 event, which was to be held in October 2020. And Saudi Arabia received every year 20 million religious pilgrims. So on the other hand, Egypt also losing an estimated $1 billion per month in lost tourist revenue. We're talking on another hand about impact on investment and remittances. The United Nations Economic Commissions estimated that the Arab region is likely to lose 45% of its foreign direct investment inflows in 2020. The global disruptions caused by COVID-19 will have a weight on remittances into the Middle East region, particularly from Europe and Gulf countries. In 2018, the region received remittances totaling $62 billion, representing an increase of 90% compared to the previous year. As a result of the crisis, the World Bank estimates that remittance to the Middle East region will fall by 19.6% to $42 billion in 2020. So when I talk about the impact of COVID-19 in the social aspect, so I will talk about the impact on gender equality. Although current data show that COVID-19 is less deadly for women than for men, women in the Middle East economists will most likely disproportionately feel the social and economic impacts of the pandemic due to regional specific barriers related to unequal economic opportunities, access to financial services and markets, occupational and sectoral isolation in the labor market, and perceptions regarding women's role in the society. Women's job and income security is likely to be more exposed than men to the economic fallout from the crisis. These risks are particularly acute for certain categories of informal workers who lack job and income security, including domestic workers, agriculture workers, and refugees, among which women are overrepresented. On the other hand, the impact of COVID-19 on youth in the Middle East region. While young people tend to face lower risks in terms of health impact than other age groups, they are significantly affected by the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 crisis more than other groups. In the Middle East region, more than 110 million school-aged students have limited access to education, formal and non-formal, due to closure of schools and university facilities, youth centers, and other public spaces. Young people also particularly at risk for mental health concerns that can be aggravated by social distancing measures implemented to different extents in national context. The economic slowdown resulting from the crisis will further aggravate youth vulnerability within the labor market. The Middle East region has the highest rate of youth unemployment in the world, exceeding 27% on average, and youth are 5 times more likely to be unemployed than their adult counterpart. Moreover, it is estimated that 80% of youth in the region work in the informal sector of national economics, which generally offer fewer or no benefits or protections. So finally, when discussing the impact of COVID-19, it is imperative to add a caveat. The Middle East region consists of a state with different capabilities and with widely divergent health system and governance structures, while Gulf Cooperation Council countries have a GDP per capita of between $20,000 and $70,000 and can spend considerably more on health infrastructure. The same is not true of war-ravaged Yemen, whose health system is ranked 120 in the world. The war raging on its territory has also damaged health infrastructures and created large numbers of internally displaced people. A further 300,000 refugees, largely from Africa, added to its burden. Yemen's health system's inability to respond to the COVID-19 is already reflected in the effect that the country has been unable to control a cholera outbreak that has been raging for 4 years, affecting nearly 2 million of its citizens. A similar dynamics is at play in a war-ravaged Syria, where whole cities are locked down and where almost 500,000 people have no water and little access to health facilities on account of the shelling of hospitals. Syria also poses a regional factor for contamination of one considered the 5.5 million refugees residing in neighboring states. Yes, sir?
Can you conclude?
Yes, sir, I'm going to conclude just 2 minutes.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Neighboring Lebanon, meanwhile, cannot embark on a stimulate package in the face of the pandemic. In defaulted on $1.2 billion payment, as its economy is in a free fall. It doesn't have the wherewithal to fund its filtering health infrastructure. The shortage of foreign currency has also prevented Beirut from importing much needed medical supplies. Similar to Lebanon, Iraq's health system has been mismanaged for years on the part of the authorities. In Iraq, local authorities have no financial or technical resources to deploy against this health catastrophe. The shortage of medical supplies in equipment and dearth of competent staff in the nation's hospitalities speak to decades on neglect of the health sector. Only 2.5% of Iraq's around $106 billion revenues is located to health. So, in order for a revival to occur in the Middle East region, James Dorsey reminds us that it depends upon of governments and elites have the foresight and the political will to build a new world order that is not only equitable, but also created the political, economic, and social conditions for management of future pandemics at a potentially lower social and economic cost for all. It is tempting to assume that with the COVID-19 virus raging across border, the political elites will demonstrate this foresight. The countries will bury past enmities and join forces against the pandemic. Finally, as Yuval Noah stated, The world we will occupy after the pandemic will be a different one from the one we currently inhabit. This new world will require new ways for doing things as opposite to relying on old habits that have led the region to ruin. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Prem Kumar sir. Hello. Prem Kumar sir. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for.
I think he's not
Hello.
right.
Thank you very much, sir. Anand sir. Now I present my paper. I thank you for this Karnataka Political Science Association and ITA providing me a very great opportunity to discuss with my ideas about this pandemic, especially as a political science fraternity. We should look into the new ideas where we can give our contribution to the world, because world is suffering from many different concepts like economic, social, and cultural disturbances are going on. In that respect, already many scholars have been given their opinion. Now, I would like to present my paper topic on COVID-19 effects and new challenges in the SARC region. As you think, especially in the SARC region, we are looking for the new leaders, just like India is leading this South Asia. But in particularly in this situation, India has its own capability to increase its strength and power, and it can show to the world that we can protect our neighbors. In this regard, only I have prepared this related topic, especially to the COVID-19 effects. In this region, the SAARC South Asian Association Regional Cooperation grouping is a geographically India-centric. This presents both opportunities and challenges for India. Geographically, realism and taking a leadership role drives a proactive regional diplomacy in combating COVID-19 that has been rapidly evolving into a regional crisis. We have many differences and related to the bilateral relations, but still now we are ready to cooperate with each other in regards of this humanitarian grounds. So India, locationally centrality of asymmetry in size and capabilities allow India to shape the contours of cooperation in the SAARC region. At the same time, India's location exposes it to the challenges on all fronts, particularly when it is threat and that does not respect national boundaries. In a region where boundaries are highly porous and there are several places with densely populated borderlands, the only effective way to combat challenges such as pandemic is through collective responsibility. In given this ground reality, fighting the deadly virus requires a regional response to contain the spread of the infections virus through land borders. This would have prompted India to initiate its SAARC diplomacy in the wake of COVID-19. But it's a very special advantage for India to initiate towards the SAARC region, because SAARC has not directly intervened to the COVID-19. But our Prime Minister Narendra Modi
is definitely taken very good decision towards the regional neighborhood policy. Two SAARC members, states like Afghanistan, Pakistan, share long land borders with Iran. Iran has become a hotbed of the COVID-19 crisis. When India initiated the regional approach to combat the coronavirus, the third highest number of COVID-19 deaths was recorded in Iran after China and Italy. Also, at the time of announcement of Delhi's regional initiative by Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, there was no confirmed cases in Myanmar, a country that shares long land border with India's northeast. Moreover, no confirmed coronavirus cases was reported in India's northeast states until the first positive case was reported in Assam only on 21st March. This also partially explains Delhi's decision to activate SAARC region. A part of from the geographical factor, another region that seems to have prompted Delhi to undertake the initiative is its desire to take a regional leadership role. In recent years, India has been positioning itself a first responder in regional humanitarian crisis and taking leadership role in managing emergency situation under its neighborhood first policy. On 15th March 2020, coinciding with the International Consumer Rights Day, the emergency fund was proposed by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji during video conference of the SAARC heads of government from New Delhi, a result of global coronavirus pandemic. The purpose of this fund is to mitigate the risks associated with the coronavirus in the South Asian region. Other members countries welcomed the decision of Modi ji for the proposal of coronavirus emergency fund. During this video conference, the SAARC leaders Modi announced the creation of COVID-19 emergency fund with an initial contribution of $10 million. This is very opportunistic to help our neighbors. So immediately Delhi has asked the SAARC countries to use the fund to meet the cost of immediate actions and medical requirements. This is directly invested, directly given head to this region is a welcoming and appreciating one. The emergency fund had accumulated sum of $21.8 million with the pool of contributions from SAARC member countries. We have different time of this humanitarian grounds, all other countries, including Pakistan, also contributed financially for this purpose. Especially Bangladesh announced it would contribute like 1.5 billion. Nepal and Afghanistan also each announced that they would voluntarily contribute 1 million. And 24th March, Sri Lanka announced it would continue 5 million, and which was second most highest contribution from member countries besides India. Maldives announced it would contribute and both are also announced its part of share in this regard. So Delhi's willingness to use this SAARC existing mechanism such as a SAARC disaster management center, as well as proposing the need for SAARC to set up new mechanisms such as common research platform to coordinate research controlling epidemic within the SAARC region and to evolve the common SAARC pandemic protocols indicate that it would not only use but also strengthen SAARC institution to depend on cooperation in fighting common challenges such as pandemic. The positive response of SAARC members to India's initiative with Bhutan, Nepal, and with Maldives already making their contribution to COVID emergency fund demonstrate the commitment to the collective fight against the pandemic. All governments in South Asia have responded rapidly to the crisis, but still there are tasks is daunting. Governments have imposed social distancing measures, introduced relief packages to secure access to food, provided for delays in their payments on taxes, rent, utilities, debt and services, but still the region faces many economic challenges. The economic growth rates of all SAARC countries, even as it recorded much lower infections rates and regions compared to the worst affected countries, including the US and China. According to latest figures, the 8 SAARC nations account 1.1 approximately of the world total amount. Coronavirus cases are increasing in India, especially in this region, especially in the urban areas. In terms of fatalities, the SAARC total is of a percentage point 0.49%, or 768% of this total 1,55,145 people who have died of the infection. South Asia might well experience its worst economic performance in 40 years, with at least half of the countries falling in a deep recession. The reality inequality in South Asia is that poor people are more likely to become infected with coronavirus pandemic, as social distancing is difficult to implement for them, and they also have less access to health care measures. South Asian region is the highest population density in the world, particularly in an urban area. This makes contagions easier with the most vulnerable people, especially slum dwellers and domestic migrant workers. So most challenging issues are like economic, political, and social issues to be addressed by the SAARC member countries in the region, with multilateral cooperation at the regional level would resolve some of the issues with more confidently by cooperation and mutual exchange of information regarding the healthcare facilities. India, as a leader of this region, could continue with its support and maintain the cordial relations with our neighboring countries to tackle the coronavirus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mangalmurthy, for a nice presentation. I really appreciate the word you have used. The most vulnerable and the poor people are more likely to be affected by this coronavirus. I also appreciate the words for the Allah Swami. Now we have almost 20 minutes for the discussion. To initiate this discussion, I would like to ask a simple question to the Allah Swami. Allah Swami have nicely described the impact of the COVID-19, particularly in Middle East, in concern to the tourism, oil prices, the gender implications. Sir.
Sorry to interrupt you. We have two more questions. After that, you can summarize. So there we can have discussion after the attendees taking question.
I'm asking question to Allah Swami.
Yeah, we can take that later. We will allow the attendees.
Yeah.
Vijayalakshmi or Hiramat, madam, you have a question? Vijayalakshmi madam, can you hear me? Vijayalakshmi madam. Hello. Vijayalakshmi madam. Yeah, you can go ahead with it till they come back. Yeah, 1 second. Sir. Unmute, please. Vijayalakshmi madam, unmute your. Yeah. Oh. Yes, madam. You can ask the question. Vijayalakshmi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you.
So whether the COVID to the hello.
Yeah. Speak, madam. You can speak. Hello. Hello. Some internet issues with you, I suppose. Vijayalakshmi, madam. Okay. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah. You can ask the question, madam.
Sir, whether COVID-19 is pushing world to the deglobalization?
Yeah, whether COVID-19 is pushing to the deglobalization. Yeah, we got it. Who would like to answer this question? Professor Prem Kumar.
I ask Kirtiraj to respond to this.
Okay, Kirtiraj.
So, I got your question, madam. Your question is this coronavirus leading the world to deglobalization? So there are different opinions, madam. I don't particularly think that COVID-19 is pushing the world to deglobalization. Globalization itself, it had so many problems. It's not that at once some crisis happened and all for once it changed globalization process. It's not happening like that, according to me. So it had its own vulnerabilities, its own negative sides, loopholes, fragility. So what happened here when it comes to crisis, particularly a crisis like COVID-19, where we have to lock down, where we have to maintain distance, where we have to stop so other people from entering our nation, other products, and at the same time, it was the whole globe was entirely unprepared. So if you go back to the examples that Russia, for example, they particularly they stopped the exports of masks and even other medical products. The exports were they were blocked. So what it suggests is they're giving more importance to national interest, localism, not caring much about the whole globe. So it will be rude to say that they're not caring about others, but in a way they're caring themselves more than others. So in a way, yes, it is leading to globalization, but it's not the concrete reason, because globalization already had problems and this crisis exposed those problems, exposed those vulnerabilities. And even without COVID-19, I don't think globalization, it will be a continuous success. We have to make changes, and globalization has to adapt itself to the new changes.
Sir,
Thank you.
Prem Kumar sir was addressing a question to Alasami. Yeah.
Yeah. I was asking Allah Swami, you have raised about the tourism and the oil prices, particularly for this gender issues. Allah Swami, can you explain the efforts taken by the government to combat with this COVID-19? What are the policy initiatives introduced in the Middle East to fight back this COVID-19?
So Alasami,
can you?
No, some technical issues. In the meanwhile, we can take our question.
That's okay.
Shabana, Dr. Shabana. Dr. Shabana.
Sir?
Yeah, you can ask the question to Dr. Mangal.
Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, we are having neighborhood first policy. And at the present, what the situation we are seeing with Nepal and India and the entry of China. What do you say about this one, sir, at this pandemic time?
Madam, this is actually during this pandemic, China is intention to show its regional power. But basically, India towards US is very cordial relations, and also with other countries. Also, India is providing a lot of assistance to the 153 countries. So I hope China in this region required its dominance. That's why it's initiating towards Nepal and pushing Nepal and also Pakistan towards India. That's why this region is becoming like border issues are arising and making like incidents.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Allah Sami is disconnected, I suppose. So Professor Kirtiraj can answer. You can continue the discussion.
So, which is the question, sir?
It's okay. Allah Sami has to answer it because
you're not in the meeting.
Okay, there is one more question. Pandit? Pandit?
Yeah.
There's one more question regarding the vaccine. So, any global crisis or challenges related to the vaccine, because most of the countries like China, India, and US are developing vaccination. Such a situation it lead to any global crisis. No, if anybody, as I have discussed with many of my chemists, they have told that generally the development of a vaccine will take 18 months. Because it has to be proved at different stages that the vaccine will not have side effects or the other effects, and it has to be proved that it will not harm the human life. So therefore, it will take. So now, not yet we have not developed any vaccination as the presentation made by Shalini. The paper was presented by the Professor Rangappa, as he has told. So we have only the alternative steps to fight back with this COVID-19 right now. So once if we are capable of developing a appropriate vaccine, then that will be a nice, and we will have a different kind of the new orders, the new world order. Probably the power positions will be changed. The power position will be changed, and who will be dominate in the new world order, that will be determined by the capacities that I have in participating in investment, in rolling the markets, and having the dialogues and partnership relationship with the rest of the world and their neighboring countries. Thank you, madam. Thank you. The questions raised by someone, I don't know why 19, right? Are there any questions? So I think Pandit, shall I conclude the session?
Yeah, we have a lot of thanks, Dr. N.C. Sumati. Before that,
before that, let me conclude with let me conclude the sessions. I sincerely thank the organizers and all the panelists for making their presentation very nicely, and they were all very informative and constructive, and they were thought-provoking. I sincerely thank all the panelists for their efforts and their sincere discourse in this discussion also. Hope the problem is not yet solved. Still, we need to live with the coronavirus COVID-19, and we need to learn how best we can participate. Intelligent is one who is adjust to the situation and changing environment, and it all depends how intelligently we are able to participate in changing global world. Thank you, Pandit and Sumati ma'am and Mangal Murthy, for created a platform for having this kind of a discourse, which is very important in understanding the situation as well as go further. Thank you, Pandit, and thank you, organizers.
Yeah, on behalf of Karnataka Political Science Association, we are coming to the fabulous academic discussion for 2 days. I had scholars from across the world, beginning with the keynote address of UGC member Sushma Yadav, who gave a fine introductory lecture highlighting the overall perspectives of this COVID-19 pandemic. So we are pleased to have presented before you. And it's our second international seminar. First, we had organized an international conference. Now it's first international webinar. So we wish to bring before the academic community the newer developments in academic research, and we want to take it to the higher, to the most unreachable parts of academia. So our wish is that the knowledge should flow from the top to the bottom. So that is our endeavor. We see to that we will bring in our best capabilities in presenting before you any technical issues. In pursuit of our academic excellence, we are planning to conduct in this COVID pandemic crisis online special lecture series that will be on Sunday, and the details will we are checking out, and we will be inviting eminent academicians from across the world to throw light on the subject of political science. So now our endeavor is to develop the discipline of political science and dissemination of the knowledge of political science, and also how we can collaborate with different institutions to bring the knowledge closer to the scholars, professors, teachers, and students as such. And the vistas of knowledge should be enhanced. That is our purpose. So special lecture series will be starting most probably next Sunday. We will give you the details. And we had a very good discussion. In fact, bringing all these professors from different parts of the world, it's a very tedious task. In the first session, we had illustrious academicians from different parts, and adjusting the international timings is a difficult aspect as such. So somehow our scholars were kind enough to adjust to the timings, and when Ashok Sharma was presenting his paper, Australian timings was around 11:30 in the night. So that kind of hard task they had to face to print the papers. And today Himanshu Jha presented his paper from Germany. It was early morning. So he was telling me it is Sunday. People are still sleeping and they have to wake up for it. It's okay. We are kind enough for their active participation, and also other panelists like Professor Marcus Ainani, who presented his paper from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, a scholarly one. He was a former faculty at Oxford University. So the illustrious academicians we presented before you. And the first day's moderation was efficiently done by Professor Prabhakar. He stuck to the time, and in fact, he stuck to even seconds. So he was quite efficient in ensuring the time management. We have also stuck to the time, beginning with day one. So we have not crossed even perhaps a single minute. So we have maintained the time, international standard times, and all the panelists, they were kind enough and they were good enough to stick to the time. So in this moment, I want to say that Professor Rangappa, we missed the only panelist we missed directly today is Professor K.S. Rangappa, who is not keeping well. He is recovering. We had almost prepared the special address, but he could not join. But he, in spite of that, he ensured that this research assistant, Dr. Shalini, should present the paper. So Indian Science Congress Association president means they are advisors to the government of India on science and technology. It's a day when we have to ensure that research in science should be guided by humanity, not just for the sake of science. So society comes first, and when we have a society which is based on morals and principles and ethics, and it's the responsibility of scientists to ensure that the scientific discoveries result in the betterment of the society, welfare of all, the humanity as well. So we organized this seminar and we entitled it the COVID-19 pandemic and the emerging world order. So as the president of Karnataka Political Science Association, I would like to say that any kind of emerging world order, it should lead to a world where everybody has a share and equity. And we don't want the hegemony of any one country. We should work towards a society, a world where everyone has an equal share, despite the inequalities despite the hurdles like inequalities of income, race, and caste, and other factors. And this COVID-19 pandemic has affected all the country. It shows that although people have their own behaviors. So nations are supposed to rise above the petty sentiments, and the individual behaviors and nations should be different. So, but the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that nobody is safe until and unless the world comes together and the scientific discoveries and inventions and whatever the world is moving towards it, if it is not in harmonious with the world, and we need to take care of the environment in which we live. If one country is affected, other country will also be affected. So we have to work towards the world as one. It's good. Alasami, we had missed him for a few minutes because of his technical errors. Alasami has joined. Professor Prem Kumar, you can ask a question to Alasami for 1 or 2 minutes. We will wind up by 2 o'clock with a vote of thanks by Dr. N.C. Sumat. Alasami.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Professor Prem Kumar has a question to you.
Okay, I'm sorry for this connection.
I was asking about what are policy initiatives taken by the Middle East governments to fight back this COVID-19.
Would you please repeat again, sir? Sorry.
It's not.
Yeah, you have described.
Yes.
Yeah, you have described the impact of COVID-19, particularly on the Middle East countries. But I want to know what are the Middle East reason for fight back for this COVID-19.
Question, you are not clearly audible, Professor Prem Kumar. You are not clear, Professor Prem Kumar. I think we can.
Okay, I think I got it. Sir,
Yeah.
Prem Kumar sir is asking about the measurements which have been taken by the government of the Middle East region. I think, is it your question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
you have 1 minute.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. There is a lot of measurements have been taken by the government of the Middle East region. I will give some examples, not all, because it will take a lot of time. So, for example, when the first case have been registered in Dubai, it was in January 26 exactly. Since that date, UAE start lockdown, full lockdown, followed by Saudi Arabia. They start also full lockdown without any cases at that time.
And for financial support, there is a lot of action have been taken by governments like Egypt. In Egypt, the government have given 500 Egyptian pound for all employees and for private sector workers and agricultural sectors, both and even for women, they are not working, they have not any work. They give 500 Egyptian pound per month for individual, not for family. Even
okay, sir. I think we can conclude now.
Yes, yes. So there is a lot of measurement have been taken, either financial or administrative measurement. I hope my answer was clear for you, sir.
Yeah. May I request Dr. N.C. Sumati, the president of Indian Equality Institute for Thought and Action, Mysore, India, to present vote of thanks. Dr. N.C. Sumati. Wait. Where is Sumati? Wait. Yeah, she will be joining in a second. Yes. Kindly bear with us for a few moments. Yeah, Dr. N.C. Sumati, you can perform a vote of thanks.
Yeah, this is concluding a vote of thank. Firstly, I would like to thank Professor Kirti Rathod. Sir, you are doing a very well presentation. I'm very happy to see this. I'm very proud of you, sir. And nextly, I also would like thank to Dr. Allaswamy from Egypt. Allaswamy, your presentation is very good. And I would like to also thanks to Dr. Mangal Murthy, sir. Sir, you are also is a good, very presentation. I would also like to thank very much. And finally, I would like to thank to all August panelists and all attendees, participants for these quiet, active involvement in this brain-stimulating and enlightening discussion. Finally, I thank to one and all. Namaste.
With special thanks to Professor Prem Kumar for moderating the discussions. Yeah. Special thanks to...
My special thanks to Dr. Guru Basavaraja Swami Pandita, President of Karnataka Political Science Association. Thank you one and all. Namaste.
Namaste to all. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. All the best.
So this webinar concludes. Namaste. Thank you. Bye bye.